We're going to reboot here. Tom Millman first. And let's go back to Jacob's page. Lurk and work. All right, Tom. Dude, I don't care. I just want to use Firefox. Let me use Firefox. Here we go. Let me hide the controller. And I couldn't full screen it in properly in Chrome. So we'll try it in Firefox. Oh, full screen no work. I'm zooming enhance then. Okay, Patrick. So username I can say really sarcastically. Maybe I gotta give it a second. I don't know why it's so choppy. Is the stream okay? It's acting like it's still loading. Shit. Well, I can try Chromium again. Maybe my computer just needed a reboot. I don't know. I don't have a solid state hard drive, so that might be contributing to this right now. Try and run it again. Just with like a refresh. There we go. There we go. Things seem better. Okay, so every time I move, I notice every time I move I get health, or I lose health. Ah, you got me. So that's one day, right? We're in night. Okay, I get it. Man, this guy's got a lot of health. Go after the old man. Run! Delicious food. Human flesh. Oh, this guy's huge health. Oh god, I'm a dead man. Oh man, it's close. Almost got him. Come on. Come on! Wait. He's dead. Why am I... Oh, I died. Okay. Let me reload again. They got you. Bury me with my body. Alright, kill the old man. We're gonna go down this way. Avoid the slimes is what we're learning. Shit. We do get food from the slimes? There, I wanted that old man. Darkness falls. Oh yeah, lots of meaty civilians and stuff here. Here we go. Oh, it's a buffet. Ah, this guy's buff. It's like a town guard or something. Die, fiend! Oh, shit! I got sandwiched. I don't even see the health bar anymore. Oh, God! He got me. Alright. Let's try again. Growling octopus, what's up? Nice. We're gonna go down this way. Can I kite them? Nope. 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 Where'd everyone go? Oh god, I'm gonna starve. Run for the guard. They're in real time. It feels like they're in real time. Why does it feel like they're going faster than me? That's why. Hopefully I kill this guy because I'm gonna die. Okay, so maybe going after the slimes is a good thing. Using a stat improves it. Collect abilities by killing and eating. Using a stat. Using a stat. Oh shit. Crunch. Ah. Okay. Oh, so maybe there's like different... Maybe some of them die better from different things. Let's try bite. It only took 2 pops. Crunch. Maybe crunch is good for... They have the same symbol. Snack. What? So we cycle through. I see. Block. Block snack. Block bite snack. Okay, I'm kind of getting it. I've never played a game like this. I mean, I have. There was one on the Vita that was a lot like this. I'm kind of screwed. Where's anybody? Need some flesh. Come here. Block is pretty good. Let's scoot crunch up. I feel like block is OP. Move slash up. Snack it, baby. Come on, get him. Yes. Let's move that snack up. The snack get our HP back up? Is that... Oh, no! Here, I'm going to DM this to you. Damn it, I was doing so good. Did I do it? Is some wind thing happen here and it crashed? Boss was coming. God darn it. All right, I'll try again. Let me send you the... Find Jacob. Here's the error. Damn. We were doing good. So you were saying bite and crunch get stronger together. Yeah, that's why they have the same symbol. Okay. Let's go after the guard. We're gonna get ballsy. Come on, get him. Crunch him. What does that mean? Stun? Shield poison. Okay. I need that snack. This was a mistake. Oh shit. Oh no, I'm a goner. That's it. Alright. And 2 humans in that spot. Some people cheat with game jams where they have a JSON file that the game loads and then they can patch the game remotely. Some people cheat with jam games like that. Go straight to leveling up Crunch. So there's 2 guards there. That's good to know. Does pressing the arrow rush? What does rush mean? You can remove abilities. Ooh, Venom. Dude, hit him with the Venom first. So Rush probably speeds things up, right? So we Rush, Venom. Or no, we Venom, then we Rush. Oh yeah, come at me, bro. Oh, Venom's gonna be so good. So good for you. I almost think I should do Rush first because Venom's so effective, I'm not gonna level Rush up at all. Run! Oh shit, run! Why am I... Oh, my health! Oh god, this is it! Okay. Damn, that Rush and Venom, that was cool. Okay. I'm gonna lower the volume of the music down a little bit. No offense to music. I'm gonna have Crunch first, yeah. Block. Dude, my slash is getting OP. Ah, shit. It's a fucking guard. At least it's 1 guard, not 2 secretly. Come on, slash this effer. Come on, slash him. Venom. Shit. Rush. We gotta get this thing upgraded, so we're gonna do it first. Do venom, then slash, then bite, then block. Fuck. Fanged abilities. Alright, we'll hit it up with bite first. They're running away from me! Ugh. Here comes the boss! I'm a goner. Oh man, he owned me. That's a cool... Did you do the title? Dude, my block is OP. There's like a mouse look, right? I'm just gonna keep this combo. Keep it going. Oh, this is the two guys. Fuck. Fuck! Damn, I didn't realize it was the guard with two. Oh my god, I'm barely alive. Somehow I gotta get my stats up in order to... I guess we can move bite up. I don't have any fucking health. Fuck. Is there a way to heal? It's the bite stuff, right? You were saying? So if I get a combination of bite and block, then I'm pretty good. Crunch. Fanged ability is one of these symbols, so I'm going to level that up. Bite. Crunch heals. Should we start out with crunch every time? Where's the guard? There he goes. That asshole. Here we go with this one. Coward mouse. Ooh, block. Dude, gotta get that block bumped up. Combined with crunch. After the guard. Come on, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna get wrist slash. Shit. No! Maybe I should just avoid combat until... Here we go. Come on! He's got food? Fuck, I have no idea how I would beat the boss. Damn. Does it help to go after the guards for like leveling? Balance was tough. No, they are way too tough. Yeah, dude, I get it. They also stun. Okay. Well, one thing okay, so just from what I'm seeing, obviously tool tipping would help. When you get a new ability, make an event of it. And so there's a pause for the player. And maybe make it where you have to return to the main gameplay and force the player to kind of reassess their situation here so that they're looped back into that mechanic. Yeah, mouse overs on all these would be helpful for sure. And there is an issue with the there's that bug where the health and everything goes away. And then you could steal from I forget which of the Castlevania NES games, but when it's like, oh, night falls or whatever. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but it'd be a cool allusion to it. But anyways, yeah, I mean, the other thing you could do is make it rogue, where you roll a different map and a different enemy layout every time you die. But besides that, I mean, for how many days did you have? Like, was it a 3-day jam? Or what were you saying? It was a, like, two weeks? 72 hours. Yeah, dude, this is pretty impressive for 72 hours. I forget. Do you have kids? Because 72 hours with kids is impressive. No kids. Okay. Lucky. I mean, what? Who said that? Who said that? Did somebody say that? I'm kidding. Wife was super cool about it. Nice. Dude, yeah, we're getting too old for this shit. Doing those 24-hour jam games, that's a young man's game. So when we were last working on this, I was working on some lighting in the for the blacksmithing. So let me show you guys what that looks like now. Of course, let me update the title here. Yeah, dude, I'm going to be doing this. I think this is the way to go. Kicking off a stream with someone's game and then not doing more than one. So here's what we got so far. We did some lighting. I've got this like flame light. Look at that. Look at it scattering around. And we're rolling very subtly rolling through a texture as well for the lighting. So you're getting like this little, see how it's kind of going around? Can you kind of see it on the edges there? And look at that moving and the camera shake. You seeing that shit? Look at that. Wow, 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 wow. He's just laying his little butt cheeks. He's laying on the like a bear rug, but it's just a naked barbarian with his little butt cheeks on the. Oh, bada 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 da 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 da. Scrooby dooby dooby doo. Bada 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 da. Yeah, so imagine an oven with some coals in it, right? Is there anything in the want to get 4G with me, baby? Wow, 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 wow. Oh, wow. We've got two shadows here that don't really make sense. Got the volumetric fog going on as well. So that's what's giving us that like lighting, the really sells a lot of the lighting stuff. Let me Scrooby Dooby Wah ba 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 ba. Yeah. Let's see if we can find any K-Kit itch. I'm just gonna see. He's got to have something ovenish, right? I mean, there's the literal oven that he's got. Does he have anything remotely oven looking? I don't think he does. Is there even a fireplace in this thing? No. Nothing oveny that I can steal from. Yeah, if you want, go for it. Oven, 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 oveny. Oven, oven, oveny. Oven, 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 ovey. Super oveny. You mean like 15? I'll give you 2 minutes. I'm kidding. That's that like I took manager school bullshit thing to do, right? I went to manager school. They taught me to always demand less time from your employees. All right, well, we've got a couple of bugs to deal with. Right. Where do you see yourself in 3 years? I don't know. My back's going to get worse. So yeah, to do that effect with the lighting, we're just rolling over a noise texture. And then on top of that, we're also rolling a on the light. We have this noise here. So this is, we're scrolling through this, and you can see there, if I do it faster than what it's going, you can kind of see the effect that it creates. So we're rolling through this, but very subtly. Waist high. How long do I want my hole? How long to the ground? Waist high on the character. Yeah, I suppose that's good. Yeah. Scrooby dooby dubba dubba. All right. So the full loop of this is you collect gear, and at some point it's going to be like, hey, what do you want to make, right? We have to have that happen. Like, what is it you're making? What is it you say you do? So maybe we have like a pile of ingots, and you go up to the pile, and when you grab an ingot, that's when it says, what is it you're making? It feels right. It feels good. And I think we could just use some of these to represent ingots, like these right here. We'll just pretend like these are. So this is our pile. I guess it would look more like silver than anything, but this is pretty kind of looks like iron. So I mean, we could make it where you have to smith the ingots too, like a lunatic, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to presume that when you have the ore, well, you could turn ore into ingots. But we'll have a pile of them. Pile these son bitches. Pile these sons bitches. Big old stack of iron. Huge stack of iron right there. That's my stack of iron. Big old stack of iron. Okay. And so you go up here and you'll pick what you're going to make. And then then suddenly you'll be holding this thing with the ingot on it. So it could be hanging up on the wall even. Doesn't matter though. Okay. There's some bugs we got to deal with the multiplayer stuff. So we could tackle that first. Then we have to collect iron and then have some quantity of it, and then go in here, pick a recipe that requires some quantity of iron, pick that recipe, and then make it. And then we're basically getting to almost a complete loop, like a complete sort of economic loop. It do. It fit mini loop, brother. It do fit mini loop. Um. So I guess the first thing we could have you craft would be like a better pickaxe or something, right? So if we do something like that, then we could start to have it where it takes a certain number of hits to break the mineral thing, and then when you craft the other one, it's better or something like that, right? It sounds like a thing. Okay. Bouillon! Happy New Year! Oh, I hope you're doing well. I, I don't know what's going on with the accent. I'm not doing the best right now. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Um. All right. Well, let's tackle the bug. Bouillon. Ah. Got to plug in my the sacred grandma controller. Ah, sanctus grandmanus controller. All right, I gotta go get a drink here. I also gotta maybe go potty, and we'll resume our work. For the meantime, I'll put on some sexy lighting for you guys. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba. Ba da ba da ba 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 da. Oops. Hang on. Let's go back to one run instance. And full screen this son of a bitch. What a mana 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 mana. Scrooby dooby da 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 da. Rubba ba da ba da ba. Scrooby da ba dee ba. Okay, be right back, guys. Rubba dubba dooby scrooby da. All right, back again. Okay. So here's our sexy scene. I just keep going back to it. I love it so much. Um but we're going to get back to work, and we are going to hopefully you don't accidentally show some secret thing I'm working on. Thank you. There we go. Okay. So we did this. So let's go back to Kanban. And we did that. And let's look at our inventory stuff. We already have a recipe system worked out too. So got that going for us, which is nice. Oops. Oh. Don't look at that, guys. That was nothing. That wasn't anything. Don't try and deduce what the hell that was about. Okay. What about a Scooby Pop? Okay. There's a couple of bugs that I can recall here. We had a bug. Doors. Placing player in room. In door area when opening a door makes them open the door they just opened and leave. That's a funny one. And let's check inventory. Didn't we do something with inventory? It was under save, and then we had item. Copper nug, gold nug, silver nug. I guess we can have you smelt an ingot first. Is that important as part of the smithing process, I wonder? I was bummed on that first episode of that show that I watched where they were doing samurai swords, and they didn't do the metal the way that the Japanese had to do it, because they had really bad ores to work with, so they had to do all this crazy like folding of their metal in order to strengthen it. And they're just buying like sheets of metal and starting with that, and I'm like, oh, that's not the shame. That's not what I read in copper nug, gold nug, blah 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 nug. Copper nug, gold nug, nug nug. Scooby dab, boopy dab, boopy dab. the waffles. I was talking about waffles with Mr. Elliptic on his stream the other day. There was a big conversation about waffles being better than pancakes. And I was giving the argument that waffles have a buffer overflow problem built into them, where they come out of the edge of the waffle machine, and so you get all this wasted batter. And then the hardware is awful. Like, it's a pain in the ass to clean and stuff. And somebody was like, well, they've got the little wells to collect. You can pour syrup in it, and then it soaks up into it. And to me, if a pancake can't soak syrup, you did something wrong. I think you done screwed up. Where is this? There it is. Slightly crunchy waffle is heaven. This is true. It's just a lot of work. And then you have the problem of, like, getting the batter so that you don't have any wasted batter, because you always end up with, like, some amount too short. It's an awkward science, I'm still learning. Yes, but waffles are fantastic. There's no arguing against a good waffle. Pancakes never, like, that golden pancake. Like, I don't understand it, dude. You go to, like, IHOP or whatever, and it's always like this perfectly golden looking thing, and then when you make it at home, it's always like, white, and then, like, these weird lines of heat, like brown, and then it's like you have to make 7 pancakes before they start to look like the pancakes should. My pancakes are beautiful. Which cakes are we talking about? Yeah. The batter needs to sit or something. I don't know why I always got to go through, like, the first batch always looks like some sort of horror show, and then after that the next ones look fine. But low and slow, that's the rule. Generally I find that a lot of stuff, it's like you're too hot and you're cooking it too fast. So that, yeah, Greg's probably right. That's probably what I'm doing wrong with the pancakes. Le cake, le pan, and le cake, le pancake. All right, we'll keep it like that for now. Okay. So sorry, guys. I'm kind of playing through my head a lot of the stuff I'm about to do. I suppose we should fix that damn glitch first. So let's figure out what the hell's going wrong with that. That's a multiplayer issue. Honestly, it scares me because off my dome. Bro, was that off the dome? That meme I put in the meme channel fucking cracks me up. I know. Henceforth, you will be known as Darth Vader. Bro, was that off the dome? uh, so fucking stupid. Ah, Jesus. Jesus. What is wrong here? Where's our netcode connection stuff? Where did it go? Off the dome. Blacksmith. Are we not showing network to start? Is that our problem? Do we not have... Do we not bleed? Show view network. That's weird, right? It should make it visible. Huh. Show view network. Is that off the dome, bro? Show view network. Network visible. Tra. Tra-la-la-la-la. Network. Primary UI network. Should be visible. Visible. It is not. What in the chunky peanut butter? What in the chunky peanut butter is going on here? Let's roll it again. Okay, I now feel like I'm taking crazy pills because it's hitting the brake. And yet, something must be hiding it. Let us search show view. Show view none. Something in game. What the fudgy? World. Show view none. Maybe we could have a keyboard shortcut to bring up the network. Here's our problem. We found it. Henceforth, you will be known as Taco Bell. First day, potentially going back to classes. The bus is broken because it's too cold. Missed one class. We'll see if I miss another, if I cared enough. It's a 45-minute walk, but I guess there's just more time to watch cricket and dev. Da-da-da-da-da. Womp. Cricket and dev. Devi and cricket and dev. Okay. So let's see what happens when the client goes through the door. We have the networking door problem now. Why do we both warp? What in the fuck is happening? Okay. What in the actual hell? Window, delete. Okay. Let's look at... Let's think about this. We are processing inputs. So here's what we want to do with the blacksmithing. We're going to go to our own little instance of a blacksmith. And so let's see where we're collecting the input. Stop. Game. And this is action A. Set state mining. Main game server mine. Main game set state blacksmith. So blacksmith. All right. I mean, what's throwing me off is, best I know about my code, this shouldn't be happening. So that's the part where I'm super confused. All right, we're gonna hit this up pretty deep, guys, because this is something's funky. Okay, so that's P action left. So action 2 is actually B. Which is right. Okay, so everything should be the same still. Ooh. 65. P action left. Type dictionary. Config input. Oh, we don't need that shit anymore. Bro, we don't need this. Get rid of this crap. She's getting better. We can just do this now. That's why the autofill wasn't happening. I was confused. There we go. And then we just say jump here. We don't say jump because jump is bottom, P action bottom. But I suppose we could make it a jump. And all this stuff is just going to be way more simple. Doing what we can when we can. Okay. That's good. Client 28. Client 28. Dir last. Vec 2. What's our problem? Cannot find member. Run it again. Client 28. Input in base config. '28. Ah. All right. Can we still jump? Yes. Okay. It's got a couple of state issues here with the door. We're still going to work on that too. Why are we going through the door on the other player though? It still doesn't make any sense to me. Our input processing. Here's all I can think is that, well, there's double reasons why this is confusing. Because our interactables our list of interactables grows and shrinks. Game 38. Oh, snap. We got an oven, baby. One is snap center and one is snapped left. Thank you. I think we need the center one for now. I could be wrong. New folder, Greg. Hastily made oven. Here we go. Blacksmithing. I'll close this out. Oven. God damn. Hastily made indeed. The hell's wrong with you, man? Okay, so oven. So we're going to put... And we're going to move all this shit on it. And then we're going to get rid of this one. Wait. What happened here? What is going on? Oh, because we're not... Okay, hang on. I got to put this in the exact same position as the old one before we get rid of the old one. Okay, oven center origin. And then we're going to move all these things onto it. Wall. We don't want walls inside the oven. This goes into room. So these go in the new oven. And then this goes away. There we go. All right, let's see what it looks like. Oops. Oven is null. Whoops. Le oven. Why does it care about the oven? What are we using oven for in the blacksmithing? Hang on a second. We don't use this shit anywhere. Get rid of that. And let's go into the oven. Or into the blacksmithing. Look at that. Geez, just having the light there. So I could probably push it out a little bit more. We can do some sort of heat thing. I'll make a bellows in a bit with a blend shape. Thank you so much, dude. God damn. So we could probably change the dramatic movement. It's now very obvious with the light being contained inside of the mesh. God damn. Look at that. Look at that oven. All right. Back to work. Investigating bugs here, boys. Can soften your hard edges. There's blur right here. Just don't do bugs. Genius. I have had that advice before, unironically. Just don't write bugs. Yeah, so we can blur it. Could also increase the opacity a bit. Combine that with a blur. But I think the dramatic movement I could lessen now. Just don't write bugs in your code, bro. Write a UML for your game design. Do a game design document. Write a UML for the entire design of your game, and then program your game. That's the way to make games, guys. Todd Codes with a free copy of Untitled Multiplayer Oz Game. Thank you so much, Todd Codes. Oh, dude, senior, junior games. You're totally right. Bugs are for corporate jobs. So you're needed. For side projects, they just slow you down. You're absolutely right. Why didn't I think of this? God, I've been in the corporate mind space this whole time. About time I spend some of those points. Nice. All right, I've got a list of people I need to add to the about page redeem stuff. I also need to. I was reading my about page and I'm like, wow, a lot of this is old and not accurate anymore. But well, back to what we were working on. We've got something going on here with some things. That we want to fix. Okay. I'm still not, I'm going to say it. I don't understand how this is even happening. But we know that, for instance, when we press the button to open the door, it's firing like 75 times because we're not tying it to like a state change, right? So essentially, I think we need like, hey, you're opening a door, you know, and like you've opened a door. And if you've opened a door, then when you go into an interactable door, if you start I don't know, we'll fucking figure this out. But since we're warping somebody mid door open, it's like we need a timer to count down to be like, hey, you've come inside. This is why games fade you in and out. And like opening a door is this like, oh, I'm going to make a big presentation of a door opening and closing. And like, unless it's an actual physical door that you're opening and closing. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff with this. But, and I was thinking about Greg's like, why are you going somewhere else? And I'm like, I suppose I don't need to. But I do think from I'm now thinking from a graphical standpoint, I can juice these like crafting areas way more than I could before. If I know I'm going into an area and I'm only making that area visible, I can crank the effects and everything up to 11 for those areas. So we're going to have sweat beating down. When he hits the anvil, his boobs are going to bounce, you know. His chest hairs, pores on the skin. Suddenly it's hyper realistic. It turns into like this. You're in this overworld and you're like Mario 64, and then you go inside the special zones and it's suddenly like the AI rendering of real life Mario, like what Mario looked like in real life. Um. Anyway, so yeah, we have this problem where we're moving both our sons of bitches. We don't want that. Let's tackle everything one thing at a time. So here's what's confusing me about this. We are only processing inputs on that player controller's inputs. We can only open a door if we have an interactable that is a door. This would be true for both players. So this is what is mainly confusing me. So because we're firing multiple times when we press the action button anyways, we do need to clean, like, this is the state. We are going through a door. We are doing something like that, right? So there is locked. We have the idea of locked and free move. We're not using any of that shit just yet. But if we're locked, if we lock the player, then we won't process any move things. We have something like that. I don't know, guys. We have mining. We have a mining state. You know, they say a mining state is a terrible thing to waste. So, door. I don't know. Say door. And then we'll go over here and we got mining. We have the action concept. I think we're doing a lot of the same things. It's so funny how this is just like suddenly I'm thinking about a bunch of stuff. But we have we have this player action. These are for the packets to say, hey, the player's doing this thing, animate it. And then we have our own personal state. But I'm beginning to think that a lot of this is locked. You're locked in. You hit the mine button, you're going to do the mining animation, and you're not going to be able to move the player at all until that animation finishes. And then you're freed up. So it's really like there's interacting, free move, and then we have action states. State action. It's like a global, there's like a base state, and then the substate is the action. So if we are interacting, then state action is what we're interaction. So I guess it could be, so then maybe it's not interaction, maybe we call it action State is action, and then we have state action or action state. State actions, mining or door. So now we're broken, right? We got some broken code here. Yes. Set state. We're going to keep set state the same. We're going to yoink this son of a bitch here. And then we're going to say set state action. And then this is state action. Or action state. Again, I'm not sure what's the best there. And here we have, this is interesting. We're showing state on the outside for some reason. State action. Action. And then I guess there needs to be none. None. I found this CBS show that teaches Japanese. And I think it's pretty good. It's like ancient. It's from the 90s. It's on their website. It has a bunch of teacher and student materials for each episode, too. And I got to say, it's really refreshing to have learning materials that's not some YouTube personality who's trying to, and you know, the YouTube video equivalent of like the grandma recipe where you read the story about, this is a recipe my grandma gave me, and we used to go to some place in Sweden and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, and my uncle would say this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then it's like 3 cups flour, cinnamon, 1 teaspoon cinnamon, 3 tablespoons sugar. And it's just like, like a 5-second recipe, but it's turned into this Jesus long story thing. And you're like, oh my God, shut up. It's starting to feel that way with like, some of the YouTube personality stuff where it's like, here's a way to learn this or that. And then it's just like, look at how I am. And it's like, cool. Tell me the thing I want to know here, buddy. Could you do that? It's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Set state action. Okay. And then, if we're not on the floor and really this is state. We're just going to break everything here. How about if our state is not action? That feels good. That feels lovely. Lovely. Now this is weird because set state. So if we're setting action, Thank you, Todd Codes, for that. That's really special. It's wild how many points people have. I'm impressed. I'm deep in it, boys. This is, it's nice to leave your code and come back to it sometimes. And then you can see it with some fresh eyes and be like, I like this. I don't like this. Still have enough for 2 more. Save it. Save it. Because I'm certain I'll have stuff like, help design a character. Or like stuff like that for sure at some point when I go on later on. Especially when I'm actually writing story stuff. I think that's when there'll be a lot of fun participation from people in the chat. Like creating characters and coming up with like personalities and stuff because there's going to be so many like, Hell yeah, dude. We can, yeah. But there's going to be so many like little characters and stuff in it where it's like, oh, this guy is this or that or whatever. And okay, so let's say this. If we're in state action, we can't set another action. But no, if we set state action, so if we set action, we're going to check the state. If the state is free move, then we're going to say, yes, you can set the action. But realistically, the action would never be in a position where that would fire anyways, right? But I suppose the safety check would be here. So if, and let's underscore, let's rename state to underscore state, because I don't know why it isn't. I don't think it's public. I don't believe we're checking anything on the outside for the player state. It's all happening internally. Okay, so that was easy. And then last action, again, I don't think that we're like looking on the outside for this. So this feels like it should be like this. Everything's private. Generally, all of my stuff is private. Like all this is all private. I don't know why I had any of it public. Usually the stuff I write is pretty self-contained. But it's, you know, it's impossible not to have to grab something. Okay. Let's see what's broken. Okay. And we can still jump. And we can open the door. Yep. Okay. Um Sorry, guys. I'm still thinking about some things here. So, if state equals does not equal free move, then we return. Otherwise, we are going to allow the state action to change. And so if state equals state free move and our interaction size is greater than 1, then we can check out what we're interacting with to interact with. So if we're setting state so state action, so match state action, mining. I suppose if we're doing anything, we are no longer set state action. We're performing some sort of action. I don't know if I'm going to stick with this pattern. Okay, and then when the action is over, so in our case, if we're mining, it's miners, not miners. So once we finish mining, then we go back to our regular programming schedule and say what? Everything is forgotten. All is forgotten. Set action, mining, show action, mine. So if we go to interact with something for mining, now I can't jump. Okay, that's what we'd expect. And now I can't mine again because I am mining. So we want to wrap up mining after our mine action is completed. So all of this stuff here can go on set state action mining. Now that we're doing this. So then we do the match statement here. So match state action mining. And then we do all this shit. Okay. All right. Starting to get a little more sane with this. And then the door stuff is a little bit interesting too. Because door, we could do some animations for opening a door, etc. And then also do some sort of this stuff. What door are we opening? I don't know. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. We could pass a variant or object. Bellows, Jesus, man. This guy can cook. I'm like, let me work on a tank for an hour and a half. Wasn't that long. It's still a lot. And let's go over here. Man, look at that. Fucking sexy. Sheesh. Lighting sort of mutes it. So I'll have to, and we need to cast a, the lighting's directly above, so we're not getting any, it's, okay. I can fix that. We'll fix that. Let's see what the bellows look like when we mess with, a blend shape on them for open and close. Oh. Sexy. Bum bum boom bum bum boo bum 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 bum. Bellows. Bum 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 bum. That is sweet. Ugh. That is rad, dude. Well, well. Meet again, Mr. D-Boy. We meet again, Mr. D-Boy. Boss, it's Mr. D-Boy. How's my number one dad? Doing good. How you doing? Trying to find a cozy place to work on my horse. Damn. I agree. Greg's right. It's got to be difficult to find a cozy spot to work on, like with a laptop, or are you doing like a VR headset thing on a horse? Oh my God. Could you imagine? Um, If I check is playing, it's always going to be true. Yeah, that's what I grabbed. Animation finished. Let's try that. Oops. There we go. That's more like it. The danger of doing this route, though, is that we may get an animation finished for something that we're not caring about. So if we're waiting on a signal that returns a param, I don't know that there's a way we can grab the params. Godot, await, signal, get with parameters. Somebody has the same question as me. So var retrieves the parameters passed. So if I do var, see, this is a problem though. Parameters is what? Is this an array? Print debug parameters. So there's a couple of problems with this approach. Return jack shit. Did I not save it? I didn't save it. Okay, well, for now, we are going to... Oh, this is for jump. That's not going to print anything. Because we're not jumping. Combat melee, there it is. Okay. And we're going to do an underscore because it's going to bitch at us if we don't. Okay. Let's just presume that this is all going to be happy. And now that we can await this, does return a bool. We don't have to return anything, really. We can just await. And once mining is completed, we're going to set state to free move. And furthermore, we cannot set our state to action if we do not have a state action. So we are going to say, oh, this is interesting. If value equals state action and our state action equals state action none, we return. And we do not set state because something went wrong. And we'll leave a little note for ourselves. And let's do it here because we like to do it at the set. Do not set action if, do not set a state. Do not set to state action if no action is being performed. And that means that we need to set state after we have a state action that we've assigned, which we do here. Okay. I don't know that this matters, though, with how I'm setting up this pattern. But okay, so now we shouldn't be able to move if we're mining. And then as soon as our mining animation is played, we can continue to move. Well, we can move. It's the jumping, right? We can't jump if we're in the middle of mining until we're done. Okay, so now we can say, hey, if we're mining, let's not move anywhere. So this is where we have to be careful. Because if we're going to scoot that over like that. Let's just make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Process input. This has to be done in a stateless way. Is that an accurate statement? I think it is. I think it is because, like, for now, for instance, right now we're going to have a bug where if our client goes over here, oh, we got an error. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I got to use the restroom. Who knew I was going to be doing so much netcode today? M Audio, hope you're doing good. Okay. Em, I got some cool stuff to show you. Let me show you the sweet little... I think you were seeing me do some of this on the last stream. Look at this. Look at this, Em. Look at this beautiful fireplace. Look at that oven. That's all... Greg made that. He made the bellows, too. And look at the fire. That's all me. Still need some work on it. So... Isn't that sweet? Look at over here. Watch what the camera does. The camera has a little bit of a shake to it. Like a handheld cam. Isn't that sweet? And then the flame shake thing that I'm doing is a little too much. I gotta work on that. And then see how that's got that kind of that. And then
so you're just an old hacker like me, but
changes
this guy's just an idiot.
That's exactly right. Isn't that sexy? That's some hot shit right there. Look at how it plays on the ground a bit. See the light on that rock right there where my nose is pointing? See how it... Isn't that fucking sexy? Look at it. Look at that. God damn. It's hot. Don't touch. Anyways. And then now I'm stuck on netcode stuff that's boring as hell. So there's not much fun, cool stuff to look at right now. We're rethinking a bunch of stuff right now. So we gotta fix some things here. So what we were seeing was an error on input. It do look amazing, don't it? It looks damn good. I'm proud of that. I was having too much fun with it the other day. Took up like half of the end of my last stream. Oh yeah, we were gonna do multiplayer stuff here, and I was gonna try and connect, and we were having a problem because we do have this external property, which is last action. So last action does need to be external. Oh yeah, okay, that actually makes sense. That's so we know if we need to do it again or not. Okay, let's reload. Got to bounce a little early today. Jacob, thank you so much. Thanks for the jam game. Nice work. Okay, so like I was saying, I believe I'll be able to jump on one but not the other. Oh, assertion failed. $150 server mine can only be called yeah, so we shouldn't be. Oh, I know why it's happening now. I know why it's happening. For one player, but I don't know why it's happening for the other. Okay, we're starting to understand. Oops. That's wild, man. Okay, so it doesn't warp there. It would warp on the other one, though. Because we're saying player 1, that's why. So this is one of those moments where we're gonna trust the client. Look at that. Look at what happens there. That's funny. It's like a weird. He's here, but he's not here. Okay. Both happened on the same day. My God. Everything's all screwy. I get why, though. This is because we don't have true separation of the server and the client. So... Redstone's been doing some multi-mesh madness recently. Nice. Look at my fancy diamond chat. Am so humble. Yeah, I'm just realizing I haven't done this before where... Hmm. Hmm.
What the dog doing?
He is Poseidon's Brew Dustin, the alt count account. Are we supposed to have dead air? I heard you enjoyed Pluribus. I just watched yesterday. Nice. The whole thing? Well, it's just me thinking. Is it people can hear me, right? It's not dead air. Let's see here. So I'm still processing. Can I just do this? Throw things on in the background. Oh, no, I decided to stop putting music on so people could put their own music on and because I find that most people put me on to do their own work. And so it's just like I'm in a cubicle next to them. So I figured I didn't want to be like Milton and have my radio on because if Deborah can listen to her music while she's filing, I should be able to listen to the radio while I'm collating. Yeah, so that way I'm not taking over people's ears or I don't lose an audience person because they don't like the music I'm playing or something. Oh, it's you. I didn't recognize you in your new outfit. Oh, Poseidon's brew. Yeah, yeah. Serenaded by Norwegian death metal. But yeah, it's a personal choice. Usually I am a little bit more vocal. If I'm quiet, that means I'm thinking more. I am thinking more. Oops. I'm just thinking about certain things about the way that we're doing some stuff. And oops, I forgot to connect the server. I have pizza incoming to my face pie hole. Nice. Happy New Year to you, Redstone. I hope you're doing good. Slater. Okay. Slater, have you seen my sweet ass blacksmithing area? Let me show you. Let me get in there for you. Look at this. Hang on, we gotta get the we'll go like this. Who's the guy? I don't ever want to love again. What's it called? What's the thing called? Oh, and there's a little bit of blur going on too. I don't know if you guys noticed that. What's that song? But Careless Whisper, that's the one. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta put on. We're gonna get copy struck on this.
Soon we'll be telling the whole stadium.
Hang on. Gotta have a commercial. Gotta know about Liberty Mutual. Got to keep your pants on, boys. Anyways. I stopped it. Zed, thank you for the raid.
Cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Let me do a shout out to Zed
It's
here.
not cool.
Zed's always working on some really, really cool stuff. Always the most nerdiest of nerdy things. How's the network programming going? It's going good. I'm discovering that I can do more things than I thought I could do with some of the restrictions that I had, but we're all set. I don't know if you were here. We're not hitting rollbacks or anything else right now. We've got everything in sync. So I can show you a little bit of what that looks like. It doesn't look like anything really because it's just working. But the inputs are replicating across to the server perfectly, and then the client sees what the server is doing. And we're just messing around with some states here. We have a blacksmithing thing that we're working on, which I can show you. It's a little buggy right now on multiplayer. Let me go to single player on this thing. Here, let's start over. And we'll go on single player for now, just to make it easier to show. We'll go full screen. Look at this. We made it all pretty. So we got some lighting in. Look at the flames dancing. And this is just like a really rough abstraction where you can put fuel. So imagine the guy's running back and forth doing this, but you can put fuel in the oven, and then imagine that you can hold an ingot into it with tongs. So the camera will cut to you putting in the tongs in there. And there's a bellows, so you'll be able to control the heat that way as well. And then you come over here to the anvil, and there's like a little tinking that you're going to be doing here when the ingot is warm. And so you'll go back and forth and tink, and then go over, put it in, and then come back and tink, and then so on and so forth. Imagine it's all smoothly animated and everything, and not snapping around, of course, but I forget I'm a Godot. Yeah, I'm using Godot. So this is a cool little effect. It's really just me rolling through a texture. So we have a noise texture that we're using for the lighting. So over here we generate a noise texture, and then we sample the pixels on this Perlin noise, or it's not really Perlin, but it's noise nonetheless, and we use that to adjust the flame lighting and position and a bunch of other things to make it look all fiery. And really that's just a light that we're moving around. So that's just a spotlight casting a shadow. But yeah, the netcode's coming along. It's definitely getting there. And as I work on things, it starts to become more and more clear what I need and don't need with it. And I'm doing it about once a week. I'm hitting up netcode. So once a week I come back to it. We polish it up a little bit more, and then we work on other parts of the games. Right now we're having some state issues between the server and the client because I don't have complete separation on the simulation side like I should. So that's what I'm working on right now. So when we go in, basically what's happening is when we go into the room, into the blacksmithing room with the client, the server gets warped in there as well, which is not what we want. The server client gets warped in there as well. So we don't want that. So just got to get some of that stuff properly working. You know, I think I get it. I think I get why. What were you working on today, Zed? I think I get why. Hang on a second. My son is screaming. Something happened. I'll be right back. Everything's okay. I just gotta get some lunch. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Everything's okay. Okay, so that's I think that's it for Professor Chaos. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. Because that's the second time with Professor Chaos, right? That we've gotten sass and just 100% rudeness. So I think it's time to nuke him. I can't sit around and let this shit happen anymore, guys. We have to be better to each other. So I am going to do it myself. Okay, it looks like they're already banned, so somebody did it for me. As far as I can tell. Okay. Yeah, that's the one thing you agree to in the chat when you join, right? Is to not shit on each other, basically, so... Luckily, it happens so little that I just know the names of the people that are that way. Oh, restricting free speech here, exactly like your sad dystopian oligarchy. Well, I'm not. At least I'm not in prison because I live in a free country. Good day, bye. Professor, all you've done in here, processor, sorry, keep calling you professor. All you've done in here is just shit on things, man. This isn't about living in a free country. This is a Twitch chat. I think you're a little confused right now. All right. So how do I I don't even know how to ban because I don't need to. No, it's a not allowed chat. It was blocked. So it was blocked for you guys. That's what they said though. You at ban the dude? /ban at. Okay, thank you. Processor chaos. And I will say, if you think of the United States as a dystopian country, and that's how you treat the citizens within that construct that way, you're missing something. Okay. Obviously, processor doesn't hang out here that long and doesn't know how I feel about a lot of stuff, because they'd realize that I actually
What the
agree with a
dog
lot of what
doing?
they're saying. But instead, they just come in here and say, and they ask if I'm from the USA, and if the answer is yes, and they shit all over me. So if you're trying to win someone over to your side, it's not a very good approach, dudes. That's my opinion. But whatever. Anywho. Yeah, they clearly haven't heard me go on a rant about cops and ICE and all that shit. But what am I gonna do? All right, so I'm sorry, I've got some spaghetti here. So anyways, here's what I want to do. Here's what I'm thinking about doing here with some of the stuff we're working on. What? That's the best strategy. Yeah, you just tell the person they're an idiot, and that's how you get them to listen to you. I find it works great. Spaghetti. Okay, so we're gonna have a dummy version of the clients on the client side. So we'll only have one player controller on the client side. Right now, everything we're emulating is being done through what we're calling the player controller. And so there's all this state management and stuff that shouldn't be happening on that, right? On the server side, it's as though it's a multiplayer, a local co-op where we're playing inputs for every single client, and they're all player controllers because we're processing inputs on the server side, right? So we need to have dummies except for your controller on the client side. So that's one thing we need to work out. But yeah, our states and everything are getting really messy because of some of this. And so we're kind of mixing we're mixing some things here that shouldn't be. So we'll have to look into that. I'm going to hide the camera so you guys don't see me stuff my face. Typical American eating food. Are you eating the spaghetti out of an increasingly red-tinged Tupperware? I am, because we do a lot of food prep. But this way I can just, by we I mean mostly my wife. But then I can just pop this sucker in the microwave and then heat it up when I want it. The game? Aluminium? Aluminium.
Shut up and take my money.
Poseidon giving a gifted sub to Zed. Thank you so much, Poseidon. Also, I'd like to know what country has quote unquote free speech. Could someone point out the one that actually embraces that? Because I'd love to see that somewhere. You're killing it. Mari, thank you. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face. There is also the irony that I could point out with Processor being that they're on a platform that's in the United States saying those things. But I won't get into any of that. But I guess that's the whole we live in a society thing, and that's the retort to that is I'm an idiot for even saying that, apparently. You can't win. Okay. Almost ready, guys. All right, back to business. It is funny though. It is funny that I mean you can totally agree with somebody and their dick. It's like, oh, I'm not kicking you out of you because of your speech. I'm kicking you out because of your dick. Anyways, come into someone's house and then start just saying how they're a moron for living in the house they live in. So, okay, guy. All right. Okay. Back to work. Thank you for that gifted sub again, Dustin. Right. I mean, my approach has been to try and I feel like going and kicking someone out just because they say something edgy or whatever is like probably not how you can convert someone over to a more like, you know, but unfortunately, you know, if someone's going to behave like a 10-year-old, then I got to treat them like a 10-year-old, you know? So it's that simple in a lot of ways. So, anywho,
off ornaments. There's just a couple I wanted to show you.
Okay. These are some ornaments my wife got. Typical American ornament here. Hang on. Let me,
KFC.
it's a big KFC. So.
90% off.
And then there's here we go. We've got a happy little ornament. There's a Bob Ross ornament. And then, ooh, this one's cool.
Yeah.
There's a Pac-Man ornament. I thought it was Chuck Norris.
Who was Chuck Norris?
Bob Ross.
Look how cute this is.
Oh, Lincoln Logs.
I think these are adorable.
Look at that. These are European, right? And then Waldo. What else we got? And we got Jack Skellington. You can kind of see it. Snowman Jack Skellington. All right.
That's it. Cute, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, back to work. Found him. This, by the way, the bellows. Check out the bellows. Hang on. Greg busted this out in like 5 minutes. But check out these bellows. Let me open it up. He added a blend shape on it, and so I can just change this parameter here, and we can squeeze and open the bellows. So we'll be able to throw that in code real easy. Isn't that sweet? Excuse me. And he did the oven too. The ridges. I know, the little folds. I don't know what it's called though, because I'm an American, so. I'm sorry. All right. The funny thing too is I'm totally like, yeah, I'm an idiot. You're 100% right. I'm a moron. Okay. So we need to think about this. What we need is there are going to be some states that the client is doing. So here's what I don't want to have happen. What is the approach that you guys would take with this? The reason why I'm using the game is going to be, you go, imagine there's a building here and it's like the TARDIS, right? You go up to it, you open it up, and now you're inside a room that's way bigger than the exterior, right? And the way that I was going to do this, these are the areas where you're crafting and creating things. So like there's blacksmithing, there's going to be like building things like engineering and stuff like that, right? And so, Callie, thank you for the follow. Hopefully I said that right. Probably got it wrong. But if we have two players in here, we don't want one of them to hold up the blacksmithing, right? Where you can't do anything anymore because they're using it. So my solution is when you go into these rooms, you're going to be going in and it's your instance of the room and they go into their instance of the room. So you're not going to be in here with your buddy. Because the only solution is to have you guys both be like running back and forth and working. And now it's like, well, am I sharing materials with that person? Am I not? That kind of thing, right? So, the way that I want to approach this is when you go into these special buildings, it's your instance. Does that make sense? Is there another way? Is there a way in multiplayer that I mean, in Minecraft, it's like you share an oven and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like for this kind of thing that I'm going for, that you would want it to be separate. Because it's like your workspace. Yeah, or do we lock them out? Yeah. I guess the question is that behavior I'm seeking approval for that behavior. Does that make sense? So, like, if you're going into a crafting room, let's call it, it's your crafting room and not theirs, right? Does that make sense? The fun answer is everyone can stack and use it at the same time. If I'm alone in the room. Well, one person could be doing the heat while the other person, yeah, somebody could be managing the bellows and the heat. So we don't have player-to-player collisions. Okay. Yeah, with 2 players, it would be kind of cool because one person could manage the heat of the oven and the other person could work the ingot and the anvil. It feels more personal if they both co-work. I guess it's more like, yeah, I mean, these are all great points. Why not? Why not let people be able to do this stuff together? So then if that's true, shit, you guys, you know what that means? That means this is going to be all in the netcode too. Because right now, this is why I'm always netcode first. Everything I did here is local. So like putting this in, these stats, these variables that you're seeing, this is local on the client. So we would need to expose these globally to everybody. That would be dope though, because that would mean you could come into somebody's game and be like, let's be master blacksmiths. Let's blacksmith together. Somebody could be running in and putting stacks of iron here. Sharing resources though, that's where things get weird. Because like, the one thing though is if somebody comes in and screws it up, right? Because somebody could cheese you and like come in and make the oven way too hot, for instance, or burn a bunch of your wood when you didn't want them to. So yeah, the resource is a problem where that's emergent gameplay. That's Amore. Then you reach him out, smack him upside the head. Yeah, the real problem is resources, right? So I guess what we could do is be like, hey, you can, because somebody else could be smithing ingots. I suppose if you're on someone's server, I don't know, guys. This is a lot to unpack for how I'm imagining this. Because well, it is a problem I have to think about because you'll have your own inventory, you have your own resources. So the way that I'm doing it right now, for instance, if you're mining is when stuff drops, it drops for you and your friend. It's unique to each of you. So loot drops for both of you, and it's your loot and it's their loot, and you're not mixing. So you're not like stealing from them, right? I don't have to do it that way, but that's the way I've got it set up right now. But the blacksmithing thing does create this weird thing about what belongs to who and what are you sharing. Like, what if I go in there and I want to use stuff, and I guess so. If we don't use this ingot metaphor here, if we're holding something to put in here, so what we need is a way of saying, I'm making this thing in the oven. So I guess it could be as simple as when you go to grab the ingot, or when you grab the tong, grabbing the tong, it's going to ask you, hey, what do you want to make? Yeah, I think that's fine. So grabbing the tong is like I'm actively seeking to put something in there and work it. So 2 people could grab the tong and they could both be making their own thing while the ovens are running. So you could literally have 3 people in here and 2 of them are going back and forth between the irons and stuff. What we could do also is just have multiple, depending on the number of players, we could just place multiple anvils. And if people care about like not seeing each other, or we want to say this one's in use kind of thing. What they could share is the labor, though. Like somebody grabs wood from their inventory by going here and putting it in. And so they're sharing their wood. Like one player may have wood and the other one doesn't. So they could put wood in the fire or fuel in the fire. And do we necessarily even need this idea of going over here and grabbing stuff to put it in? Maybe not. Maybe it's just on your inventory. And so if you have fuel and you press A, it just puts it in. So really, it's just the bellows in the oven at that point. And if we wanted a third thing, there would be a way of releasing air, like opening a vent and letting air in, right? Or it would really be closing the vent. You would really want to close the vent to dampen the heat. So, and then the bellows, you could inject a very specific, like, I want the temperature right here. And so you could squeeze the bellows and get it to like raise up a little bit more. Okay. I think that's fun. I think you guys are right. I think that's more fun. I mean, it's multiplayer. That'd be fun. Yeah, an emergent. I think it could be like a cooperative thing. People could be like, well, let's work together. Like I don't like blacksmithing, but I love doing it with a friend. Like alone it's kind of boring, but together it's more fun. But you can still do it alone. Okay. So it's almost like we need additional layers of netcode for this idea, because we would need to be able to include. Okay, so the first byte, we need a header packet. And the header packet is a bunch of bit flips that we're just use a bit mask, and the header packet says additional with this packet information is the state of the data of the blacksmithing room or something like that. And then it's like, here's the stats in the blacksmithing room, the heat of the oven, all that kind of stuff. So we would have our own sort of smithing blacksmithing packet that we send. Seems reasonable. So we don't always send that packet, but if it's happening, if somebody's doing something there, we turn it on, the oven's running, bam, this packet is now being sent that includes data about the or we zero it out when it doesn't matter. Either way. So I suppose that would be on the server side. But do we have, it is on sim packet. So this would be sim packet. Okay. Right. So if we have an enumerator for like the header, and there's, I mean, I guess there's none, or it's just empty. And then there's just blacksmith. So we know we're sending an additional blacksmithing information. And that's all we have right now. There'll be other ones, but for right now, that would all we would need to care about. And then when we send the update tick, we encode this in the header. So this would be, I guess it would be the very first thing we add. How do you know how big the packet is? I'm hand packing it. So, so what I would do is I would include the header here, and I would have whatever size it is. So we increase the byte size here. So right now, if it was, it would probably be, for the header, we would use 1 byte, which is, we could pack more stuff into it, but for now we just use it as a byte. Then so it would be U8. Then when in the header, we would know that we're doing blacksmithing. Yeah, I mean, that would all break. So that's that. This is the server going to the client. So then now that we know that we're getting a blacksmithing in the header, we would know we were expecting blacksmithing as well. And if we know we're expecting blacksmithing, we'll know that it's going to be after the player data and the enemy data and the mine data. Then we would be over here, and then we would have blacksmithing. And so then if we're including blacksmithing, then we build that part of the SimTick packet here. I do like the idea that I can you sync the entire game state. Just what I need to have it be the same on both sides. It's not very big right now. It's about 80 something. It's like 80 bytes, or I think it's even less than that. Eventually it's going to be far more intelligent, where depending on so the way that this whole thing works is we simulate we simulate the client's inputs on the server side, and then we have rollback on the client. The server sends a SimTick update every quarter of a second saying, here's what's going on in the world, and here's where I have you from this last input that I processed from you. And then the client goes and compares its history and says, yeah, we're the same. If it's not, the client rolls back to that input, goes to that position the server says they're supposed to be at, and then plays all of its inputs again to get itself where it's supposed to be. And it all happens, in a blink of an eye. Not even that. It's before the next frame. But luckily we're not hitting rollbacks right now because everything's copacetic. And so we are, we send the last 20 inputs to the server. So we have a buffer. So last 20 inputs is 48 bytes. It's 2 bytes per input with an 8 byte, 2 bytes for every input. And then we have an extra byte for the tick that it's happening at, so we can sync everything. So that if we miss a packet, it can still reconstruct the bytes or the inputs in the exact same timing and order. So we only need one of the last 20 input packets to come in for us to be able to stay in sync. Yeah, it's UDP. I don't have anything set up yet for UPS or anything. What am I saying? I don't have anything set up for QoS. That's the word I'm looking for. So there will be a QoS where we like kick the player and stuff if certain things are timing out. And so we'll be doing that as well. But I don't have any of that code ready. Once we get things set up to do the lobby and everything through, the plan is to have this on Steam. We're going to use Steam's lobby system, and we're going to use Steam's packet relay or network relay. So everyone's IP and stuff will be masked, and all the traffic will be going through Steam servers. How do you deal with packet loss? Well, surprisingly, so I simulate packet loss right now. So I do out of order packets and I delay packets being sent just as a simulation. We get a buffer of the first 20 inputs, which is over a quarter of a second of inputs on the client side. So we're are you raw dogging the socket code? Not quite yet. I will be. Right now I'm sending everything UDP through Godot's RPC, but I'm only doing one RPC call for sending and one RPC call for the server to send its ticks, but I will be doing that in a raw WebSocket, through this WebSocket. Eventually I'll be sending straight up, always send the packets. And then I'll start experimenting with compression and stuff too. Which will be fun. But so long as we get one packet in the last, can only do TCP. Well, so it's RCP. So I'm calling it a socket, but it's just a connection. So we're using, let me show you. We are using, what's it called? eNet. That's the word I'm looking for. So the really old eNet library, which goes like way back. So this is what we're using. So eNet's what we're using. Sorry, you'll hear me say bits and bytes. I'm going to mix those up a lot. It's just like my brain mixes its signals up. So eNet uses UDP, not TCP. So, but right now we're using the RPC calls of Godot's API, multiplayer API layer. But eventually we will be using, we're going to be sending it straight raw with packet pure. So here we'll be able to send the eNet packet ourselves exactly as we want it. So right now we're sending the packets through through Godot's RPC stuff. But yeah, like I'm saying, we'll be able to send the packets just straight. Yeah, no problem. So eventually we'll be doing that. But yeah, complete control over the packets, complete, the MTU you want to hit below, I forget, it's like 1,400 something bytes. From what I've had a lot of really helpful people in chat when I'm doing the net code pop in and give me a lot of advice on that stuff. So there's like a minimum or maximum packet size that we want to stay below. I spent my years writing MMORPG private servers for this one random Chinese 2.5D free to play MMORPG. Dang. That's awesome. Yeah. So it's been fun doing this. It's been like it took me a month just to understand. It was so hard for me to wrap my brain around sending inputs. I just didn't. I was like, I don't understand how this even, like, how the hell is this going to work? You know? And I kept just working on it, and I got it. And it worked. And I was like, holy shit. But while I was doing it, I totally understood it as a concept, but it was just like the weirdest thing. But surprisingly, one tick or 4 ticks a second is enough to keep everything rolling fine. We lerp from our player position is here, it moves to here. We lerp the movement. Eventually, we're going to send another vector that's going to tell us the curve that we took, so we can send a really small packet to kind of even more accurately reproduce the movement that got the player to where they are on the next tick. And then on top of that, we send a 4-bit thing that says, it's even less than that actually, because we can do it with 2 right now. But we say, here's the thing I was doing, so we can replay an animation and stuff like that to make everything sort of like look right. And yeah, depending on the distance. Right. So that's another thing is, so the way that I'm imagining it, and you could tell me if this is right or wrong, because I don't know, is I'm imagining that I can simulate around a circumference of each client. So I can, because I know where they are, I can just, why is it not snapping on that? But basically, like, I can just simulate, around them. And then I don't have to simulate the entire world state unless there's like in Fallout 76, if the nuke goes off, obviously, and it's like way over here, obviously we want everyone to know about that, right? But in our case, for this game, I'm thinking that I can just have like these little zones around the player, and that's all we have to send on an update tick. Everything, so the player movements, the enemy movements and stuff, the enemy movements are deterministic unless they're aggroed, for instance. So we could have like thousands of enemies, so long as we design it in such a way where you can only aggro X amount. So if you can only aggro X amount, then we only have to worry about X amount to send across the line. But we can still know that everyone's going to see the exact same walking and random choices and everything as everyone else, because it's all deterministic. So anyways, it's been fun trying to figure this stuff out. Yeah, this isn't the most action-paced Twitch shooter Rocket League game. Yeah. Well, and the nice thing is we can reduce. I can always increase that number if I want, right? If I find that it would be better, it's smoother if I don't. Like, it's just a const that I can change, and it recalculates everything to base it on whatever the tick is that I set. So we may also, there's a lot of dynamic stuff we could do depending on like if we're finding things are crappy or whatever. But anywho, 4 ticks a second, yeah. So, anyways. One of the biggest problems that I have right now is that I am not truly separating the server. Like, I couldn't run the server is the client as well. I can't I don't have it set up that I could like have the server running as headless right now. It requires everything that I've got set up for the game. So, but if I'm doing it right, and I think this is ideal, if I am a personal goal, if I'm doing this right, the server, I could make a headless version of the server. And I may want to do that for testing reasons. Not that I would run any server myself, but I would want to make sure that everything is separated truly. There's unlimited potential for optimization. I enjoyed this stream too until Slater came on. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Aluminium. Oh, Slater's gonna get. We're all gonna make fun of Slater now because of that. Poor Slater. Aluminium. You guys missed it. I came in here and said that and then got banned. Oh, a guy came in here. Yeah. It's Latin. Oh man, that reminds me of let me see if I can find the clip. Here it is. You guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. This isn't the clip that I wanted, though. Where is the talk? He's with the teacher. Damn it. It's when he meets the teacher. It's Rushmore when he meets the teacher. What is that? Oh, that's Latin, huh? Damn it. Here it is.
Moving on. Latin. They've got to make room.
Here we go. Here it is. Ah, damn it. I'm just sharing a random clip of a movie I like. I have to. I'm compelled to now. Here we go.
We're moving on. They're going to cancel Latin. They've got to make room for Japanese.
That's a shame because all the Romance languages are based in Latin.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Nihilo sanctum est ne?
What's that? Oh, it's Latin, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. That always cracks me up. What's that? Oh, it's Latin, huh?
Based in Latin.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Nihilo sanctum est ne?
What's that? Oh, it's Latin, isn't it? What does that mean?
Is nothing sacred?
All right. It's from Rushmore. You're like a sailor, Max. I am. And I've been out to sea a long time. Anyways. Already too much dialogue. It's a great movie. Okay, I'm wondering. Okay. Ah, shit. See, I programmed this all wrong for... Okay, let's think about this, guys. We're going to... I don't think state is the right word here. This is more like room. And it's more like inter area. Also, all these are globs, and we don't want them to be globs.
You okay, guys?
You're okay. So this should be client specific. We're going to move this down to the bottom here. For now, we're just going to trust the client on this. Famous last words. But if the client says they're going somewhere, they're going somewhere. For now. Although, why not? Why not? If it's all managed on the server side, there really is no reason why this wouldn't be. And then we tell the client that they moved there. That seems fine. And I'm naming them server, client, all this stuff for now. I think eventually these are all going to get ripped out into, like, it should go elsewhere. But for now, I'm just going to do it like this, just so that when I put it in code elsewhere and I'm calling these things, I know that it's supposed to be, this is firing on the server. This is a client specific thing. But it probably will just be, I'll say on the server, I'll say, because I have server and client already as a thing. So, now this is where things are a little weird. I know. When I first got this started, I wasn't even sure. I was like, this is like, I don't think this is in the wrong spot. And then over time, I'm like, yeah, this is in the wrong spot. It's more that I want to make sure that I'm not. This is what I was saying. Normally, I have a monolith that I refer to as game. And I think over time, what's really going to happen is that this just isn't going to exist. And a lot of this is going to move over to server. I might as well just do it now. This is turning into a netcode day. But we're going to break so much doing this. Yeah, well, we'll start ripping it out. Let's do it. I mean, my server is embarrassingly empty anyways. This is it. What I'm calling server right now is so simple. It's just that there's so much that I have to unravel. Oh, God. Fuck. Here's the problem I'm trying to wrap my head around. So when we start the game, so if we start the game and we're playing our game, it's local to us and we're the server. And we have like a bunch of stats that's like the world, right? And it's like there's world data. World data. And then we decide we're going to connect to somebody else and we need to suddenly now we are their stuff. Or are we? If we're a client, right. Right. Imagine the game simulation and the render are the same way as a client and a server. Your renderer is a client and the game sim is the server. The client is the UI IO thing. It's just enough data from the server to make it look right. If your map is static, there's nothing to sync except right. That's pretty much how it is. Oh my God, is this all I'm going to be doing all day? I think it's time because I think what's happening is I'm reaching, you know how when you work with, like if you're really crappy working with pizza dough and you start to like, it starts to get way too malleable and it like, it loses its, like it proofs and then you start working with it. And then if you don't get it the way you need it and you screw up too much, you'll start punching holes through it and everything. I think I'm at the limit of what I'm doing, the way that I'm doing things right now. And I think that a lot of the tension that I'm experiencing, even with this weird, like, oh, we're going into the, yeah, all the errors out. Right. So I think I need to let it proof again, right? Which is like a refactor essentially. So I've done a lot of work with the actual like packets and all that stuff. And I have a really good understanding of that. But when I was doing that, I didn't have a clear understanding of like, how is the server client stuff going to work? And yeah, it is mixed up, and I think that's bad. But I can see now how I can set it up, for instance, that I don't accidentally blow my leg off with like having the client set something it shouldn't or whatever, right? So, but it does involve separating a bunch of stuff. So how about this? If I start ripping out the things that I know are the server side, like we have the mines and the mine state. These are absolutely server specific. Let me close this out. So we'll put them over here. Doesn't necessarily need to be static anymore because of how this is going to work. As a matter of fact, okay. So that can go over here. And our enemies and enemy aggro go over on the server. And I think, yeah, this is where we're going to actually use getters and stuff because we want to make sure that the client side is not poking the data. Like it's not touching it. It's just looking at it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as we get along. Server tick last. This goes over on server. Items, same thing. Nope. This is client specific. Okay, so let's open up clients. Save is client for sure. Ugh, I'm breaking everything right now. And you know what? Before I do too much of this, I need to commit all the stuff I did on the blacksmithing stuff today. Hang on a second. I'm going to get out of here. Go back in. Something's busted here. There we go. Greg's sweet ass models. Okay. Oops. There we go. All right, back to work. Watching you go through a refactor in preparation for work tomorrow. In a few hours, you'll be so glad you remember to commit beforehand. Right? Broken always cave and make a CLI AI engine do it. No, no. That's not me. I'm very stubborn. It literally happened on the last stream. It's like, I made a tutorial video about this very thing, and I'm like, I'm not looking at it. I'm going to figure it out. I think the agentic stuff would be something I might be interested in, specifically like if I could get it to write the commit statement for me, right? Like the text to describe the thing. Like I totally would absolutely enjoy something like that, but I find prompting and stuff to be extremely unproductive for me, at least. I really do think that AI is going to make managers out of all of us. And our jobs will slowly become managerial. And that means that all management problems will follow. The Mythical Man Month in particular, I really do believe is going to be a real problem with managing prompts in AI. Like that it'll be, I can only have so many AIs because it's like managing people. I've had to work so hard to bring myself to allowing advice or help from outside sources. I just wanted to solve everything myself. Oh no, I'm absolutely, like, here's the thing. You guys could just make a bot and then I would think it's a person and then I would start to take its advice. But it's more like the, I don't know. It's that interaction. And every time I try to use it, I get really, maybe I just don't work good with people. And so when I try to work with AI, I just get really frustrated and say, fuck this. So I don't believe in using them for anything you didn't do before. If I can't judge its output, I'm operating on faith, not doing my job, basically. Yeah, I've been trying to prove I'm a bot forever. You kept the British humor after all these generations. But anywho, but yeah, I start to get really agitated with it very quickly. And it's like the newspaper. What's that concept? What's it called when you read an article in a newspaper about something you understand and you're like, this is completely wrong. And then you just forget that you realize that they didn't cover anything that you know specifically accurately. And then you read the rest of the newspaper and you're like, oh yeah, that sounds right. There's a name. There's like an actual thing that's called, right? It's not like it's named after a person or something. I forget. Our developers at work use N-, but they were all talented developers first. I don't know what N- is. And basically we all use it like it's a fancy word processor. The Gelman. Is it Gelman? Amnesia effect. Yeah. Is cognitive bias for people who readily accept flawed reporting news about unfamiliar subjects, but become highly critical of errors and reports about their own field of expertise, forgetting their initial skepticism when turning the page to new topics. Yeah. See, that could be from asking ChatGPT. ChatGPT is really good at trivia. It's a great trivia machine. The N word, the N- was a typo. The N word was a typo. Darn, Greg, what are you doing? No, it was a typo. I don't know, man. I don't know how you make a typo out of that. All right. It sounds totally reasonable. It's bands all around here. So then we have our list of player and players. Now this is more universal amongst both the client and the server because we both, or is it? Is it? Add new player. It is. Who we are. Items. How are we using items? We aren't. Goodbye. Resource lookup. We aren't. Sim, we are. Sim is the, this is client. This is the client sim.
Get ready for
What do you call that? Is there a technical name for when you're reconstructing the simulation on the client side? Is it still simulation? So this is on the client. That might be it, because everything else might literally be on the server side. World. Then we have area. That's right. Okay. And then there's this. This is where we are. So this would be client. But it's, where do we access this from as an enum? I don't know. I'd not treat the part that renders the game much different from the network clients, to be honest. Okay. I am going to need a way to show... Render just needs to know where what is, same as the network client. Render. My whole business unit is going gaga for a guy that just passed his AWS Cloud Practitioner test, but it turns out it's easy. Do they really care about certifications like that? Because I'll say something about that. My manager at my IT job didn't know anything. At when I worked someplace, I won't name specifically. And all he did was lock himself in his room, in his office every single day and just take A++ stuff. We had the bank, the mysterious place that I worked for had paid for all of these like course things that you could do. And so all he did all day was just get certified in a bunch of stuff, and he still knew nothing. He still knew nothing. But he was certified to the guild. He was like a North Korean general with certifications. He was just like covered in cert medals, you know, and never seen an hour of combat. Yeah. I worked at an ISP, and they hired a guy who was CCNA. He had everything. And so they gave him his desk, and they had a box with his computer, and they said, go ahead and hook it up. You're ready to go. Like, plug it in and you'll be able to get started. And he spent the entire 8-hour workday struggling to get the computer hooked up, to the point where the other people in that, he basically lasted 24 hours, or he only lasted a day, and then they let him go. 'Cause like, he just didn't, he passed all this stuff and didn't know how to use the computer. It was wild. Entry-level certs are wild sometimes. There's multiple choice options that they give you are crazy. It's probably this was back when it was like, get your CCNA in like 2 weeks kind of stuff. Like they had those like crash courses that you would take or whatever. I don't know if that's still a thing now. He's probably one of those one and only few in our group that's certified in cloud stuff. So I think it's also a version of, oh, you're the unicorn. When in actuality, we have an entire other business unit that that only does cloud stuff, and they're all geniuses about it. That's what happens when you work for a company with 80K employees. Cloud people are genuinely geniuses. I am one, BT dubs. 4 choices, 3 out of them are yeah, so it's easy. They just like, it's like T-ball. It's like, come on, son, here you go. They're throwing you like a 12-inch ball, and you got this bat that's like this wide. You're like, ha, I got it. Good luck, Slater. I think certification is a good way of confirming knowledge, and it's also can be very easy to it's an entire industry, right? So if the certs, I don't know, it's interesting. I think having a GitHub account with a decent amount of hobby projects and experiments is the best way you can have to find jobs. Oh, encrypted certs? Certs are just games now, no? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Charisma? What's that? What's charisma? Charisma. Is that like chorizo? What is this? What is this? Process input. What the hell is this? Oh, yeah. Oh my God, guys, this is going to be a nightmare to get going again. Players and a list of players. This is network. Players is network. Enemy aggro last is server. And then what we'll start doing is ripping out any of the stuff that's appended with server and start slapping it into So this is the thing that sucks. We're not a compiled language, so getting this going again is going to be very arduous because we can't just keep trying to compile and see if we're going to error or not. We have to be very careful that we're not, like for instance, it's possible that there's some shared variable in here that I didn't realize, right? And so I'm not going to think, it's the whole thing. So, my kids love this friend slop game called reliable shipping or something reliable shipping. Very reliable. Load world. So this goes over to clients. Yeah, it's hard to get promoted in the corporate space without a college education, for instance, in the States. Like, if you don't have a diploma, you're going to hit a glass ceiling in any corporate environment, whether you realize it or not, simply because they don't want to have a press release that says that, you know, that's going to hit their shareholders. That's like, we promoted this guy and he's got a high school, you know, he graduated high school. Now maybe if you're a startup, I don't know, but it's weird because it's like, oh, you know, so and so started this and they were a dropout. You know, like if you start a company, you kind of get off scot-free. But if you're inside of the pyramid, getting higher up without a college degree is you're gonna hit some walls. I know this winter has been really unusually warm for us where we're at. Totally reliable. That's the one. Yeah, changing jobs. 2.5 years. That's the best advice I've ever gotten. If you're stuck where you are and you haven't received any increase in pay or anything like that, and it's been 2.5 years, you got to rip out. But I don't know right now. It depends on the industry you're in. Some markets that might not even be possible or a very good idea at all. Totally reliable delivery service. This is it. Yeah, so this is Friend Swap. For me, when I play this with my kids, it is like Nap Maker 9000. And this game is fun for about 5 minutes, and then I just want to stop. And it's just the way I feel about it. But my kids love it. But even the music, something about it just like makes me real sleepy. Yeah. But this one they love. But it's all got the, like, you know, your hands are grippy things and you grip onto things and you're holding onto a package and all that kind of stuff. 2019. Oh, pre-COVID. It was definitely pre-COVID, for sure. In the before times, yeah. Oh, I have no spawn point RNG right now. It's just 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. There's your spawn point for now. Maybe that's what caused it. Oh, God. I am realizing, too, as I work on this, that I may be able to get rid of a bunch of code. We'll see. Okay, so game is now shrinking. And add player, this is going to go into network. Senior front-end developer. I've been full stack before, but saner to pick a side. Also, always plenty of work to do. So right now, web portals we manage behind white-labeled mobile apps with React Native. Today I learned the term friend swap. Friend swaps are where it's at for a lot of people. I would say Fortnite kind of falls under that. I think it kind of hits that. The way that I've seen my nephews play Fortnite, it's certainly is in this friend swap wheelhouse. Where they're so good at it, they're not even playing the game anymore, and they're like meta playing it, where they're not even trying to win. They set up their own conditions for victory that they do like. It was so weird watching him play. I'm like, what is this for you? Like, this is so weird. Like, front end is my bane. Front end website stuff? I don't know. It's easy. Not anymore. It used to be. Now it's like a million. You gotta have a DOM so you can render your DOM inside your DOM, and then virtualize your DOM, and then also it's JavaScript for some reason. Everything's JavaScript. Yeah, no, it's awful now. Dude, pretty soon we're gonna host the server in the client. Pretty soon it's gonna be like, what if? Wait, guys, whoa. What if they downloaded the server onto their computer and we're already there. Oh my god. We need all those DOMs though for my other DOMs. Dude, yeah. Web is fashion. Web is trends, and web is constantly like redoing things that already got figured out. And it's like, let's I've been pivoting from all the client server stuff towards basic web dev, REST APIs, WebSockets lately, and embracing AI. What's the, like, what I don't get is, what is the point of constantly having to follow some new thing? Like, that's the part where, for me, I'm just like, I don't understand. Majority of websites are static. Like, they could be hosted statically, static HTML. It's fast, it's cheap, you know? But it's all like, no, we got to render. We're going to pull this down, and then we're going to render it, and they're not even doing anything cool with it when they're doing this. Like, I miss Flash, for God's sake. Like, I don't know. It's like all this technical weird stuff to just deliver what looks to be the same as it's always looked. You never feel the itch to over-engineer shit? Well, I am doing this netcode thing when Godot has it all built in, so. I mean, I know that instinct. Giving web devs the ability to run JS on the server was a grave mistake. And they came up with Electron. I know, and now it's infecting Windows. Like, more and more of the application in Windows 11 are web, basically web, you know, it's running through like a web browser. Fun fact, Safeway's online shopping cart thing doesn't work properly in Firefox. I have to search for a product I know they have and then work backwards from their suggestions. And hey, presto, I get the product. This stems from just always being frustrating and nobody has gotten it right. So I'll just get a new attempt every month. Yeah. It's over, man. Everything you install ships Chrome. Yeah. Front-end web dev is pestered by constantly coming up with new JS frameworks to avoid making do with just HTML, CSS. I seriously wonder, I don't know. I wonder how much of this is managers just the managerial role in a lot of this stuff is to convince corporate to hire more people below them, right? So I wonder how much of this like busy work of reinventing all this stuff just comes from that instinct. Dude, XP was a golden age. I know it was rough, but after Service Pack 3, I feel like that was peak Windows. And it's been downhill since. And for Mac OS, it was Snow Leopard. Snow Leopard was peak in Mac OS. XP for Windows. I hear 7 was good, but I was out by then. Mac OS has been progressively getting more and more regressive. Every OS has just been getting progressively worse. I feel like the entire OS experience is just getting awful. Yeah. I don't have anything bad to say about Windows. I don't understand how most people are using it where it frustrates them. I log in and it loads my programs. Which Linux will be the first to go all in on AI? Yeah, who knows? Man. Remove player. So this is change player ID. These are all guys. We're gonna be broken for a while. We might be broken all day. This is gonna be a big one. Wait. Get ready for the ride of your life. This is network. And then this is the byte coming in for the server tick. This is client.
Shut up and take my money.
What is this doing here? Aluminium, thanks for the sub. Do you get anything for a Prime sub? I do get. I get a little bit. Bezos scrapes 50% off of anything that you give. So until I'm big enough. Do you hate automated tests? I don't know. I feel like that kind of stuff in gaming, like there's only so much you can automate testing in gaming when a lot of it is about the things that I would want to be able to test for. I need like a gray boxed room. What do they call it? A gym? I would do some sort of something in a gym. Is that the term for it in gaming when you have like a gray boxed area where it's like, this is how long a jump should be. And this is what, like, you should be able to climb up this in 2.5 seconds and stuff like that. So simulating inputs and playing them back for making sure everything still works in that way might be useful. What happened here? Why is this here? This ended up way off the beaten path and should be up here. Where did you come from? Hang on a second, guys. We're gonna roll. I'm gonna roll some of this back really quick, and we're gonna do a search for. Ah, shit! She crashed on me. Where are we? Okay, so it wasn't from here. Okay, so all this is going away. There's really no good way to do this. And this is like, it's debt. If I keep adding to this, this is the debt that we're looking at adding. Okay, and then these two go away.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
See, this little guy here, I don't know how he got here. That's what I'm looking at. Oh, God.
Huh?
Oh, God. You guys. Don't!
Huh?
No.
Bruh. Huh?
See, the people who came from Zed are
Huh?
like, wait a minute, this isn't like Zed.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
This is Zed's streams are all, you know, no brain rot or whatever, and then you guys come here and it's just like, there's a soundboard. The oof. Oh no, the oof is silent judgment from chat. The idea is that I don't know what's happened and you guys can silently judge me. So, yeah.
Bruh.
So this guy, I don't know why that guy's there. Whoops. Okay, now.
How much time is wasted?
We have load world. This is where things are weird. Because, like, for instance, this. We're getting there. Oh my God, yeah. So much is going to break here. Okay. And then some of this. Okay. All right. So we got a lot of cleanup here to do. Decode packet. Packed byte array. A lot of this is so mixed in. Jesus. Okay. We're going to get this right. Jesus. We're in it deep. I think we're going to move a lot of this over to world. The rest of this crap. Let's get rid of world. Okay, we can fix some of this up. Let's go over to world here. It's going to be better. We're making them better worlds. Dude, so much is bonked that... Oh, I didn't save it. That would help. There we go. Okay. Well, that's fixed. Okay, so I'm going to close... Maybe not yet. There. Ooh. My wife got me a brownie. My daughter made the brownie. It's just the circle is now complete. And sim packets here, right? Yeah. Okay, so this goes over on client. Okay, so we're slowly getting ourselves where we need to be. But I'm beginning to think that basically any of this stuff so this is how it should be. So we have a server And then we have the simulation. And then we have this go out to many clients. And then the client has some sort of render of the simulation render. And then the clients are all sending their inputs over to server. Like that. Yeah. Okay. Jacob's back. Aluminium. That's exactly my problem. I feel like. Did you bring enough for the class? I did not bring enough brownies for the class. No. They've got that nice little flaky thing on the top though. And there's a side of whipped cream here to dip it in for some reason. I'm not complaining. If you want to toggle warnings. They're my friends. A side of sugar. So you guys saw I had carbs. I had the pasta. And now I'm just having a brownie. Typical American brownie. Oh, Jacob, I think you missed the part today. Jacob missed the fun. I got someone banned. Slater's out there kiting trolls for us. Okay. This is where things get weird. So maybe we call it the render. And it's almost identical. It's going to have like a lot of the identical variables in a way to what the server simulation is using, but they have to be separate. So, because we don't want to mix the two. We don't want to accidentally write some piece of code where our client somehow futzes with the server simulation and it's actually broken, but we don't realize it until far too late in development. Where somehow it's kind of keeping things alive that it shouldn't have been right in the first place. So we need that to be wrong sooner. And right now we're so mixed together that it's hard to catch that. Therefore, leaving these named private is a good thing. And so for instance, like this is all good. So this part's easy to refactor. Guys, can you hang on? My wife's having some troubles with the kids. I'll be right back. Okay, be right back.
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
I'll put on the I can't run the game right now. We are deep in it. Be right back. No, I know. Okay, but everyone would want to see you. Okay, well, let's calm down. Let's calm down really quick. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to them. Damn it. Dude. You have no chill. You have no chill. I thought I was wild.
What the dog doing?
You are wild. Just say hi to everybody. No, Jesus Christ, you're gonna break my back. No. Say hi to him. Say hi to. No, turn around. Turn around. Say hi to him. Say hi. Say hi.
What the dog doing?
Say hi. No, Mike's. Say hi. Turn around. Mr. Pig. Mr. Pig, say hi. Just say hi. No.
Huh?
Just say hi. Say hi. Say hello to them. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello to everybody. That's right. Oop, don't dox us. Don't dox our address. Oh. Oh, did you poke? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. He's practically feral. He is. He loves me a lot. He's very intense. He has no chill. But he's a big fan of me. Okay. So I was thinking about it as I was dealing with the dog and everything. I think our client is exactly how we want it. Okay. Breaking this down further. There's the simulation render, and then there's kind of something else, which we could maybe have under the same umbrella, but I don't think we should. And that is the client's player controller, which is always, since we're doing rollback, it's always present moment. Whatever the inputs are. So these same inputs that are going off to server are going off to our client player controller. And it works off of the reality presented to it by the simulation render, but it's processing its existence in present time, in the input time, the client's input time. So
I can't believe you've done this.
Aluminium, thanks for the follow. Aluminium. I figured I'd follow after subscribing. Probably a good idea, right? Sub first, what a giga chat. Who's this guy I'm sub to? Did my account get hacked? You wake up the next morning, you're like, what? Honey, what's this charge? 300 gifted subs to CryKit? Like, oh, shit. Scenes. Let's create a new scene. Do we need a new scene? Or do we put it under render? We have world. World is like the stage that we load in. So in our scene tree, it really should be separate. So just for organization's sake, more than anything, we're going to call this render. And I guess it needs to be lowercase. And then we'll just create a script for this renderer, and we're going to throw that under main multiplayer. Is it though? It's technically it's all multiplayer for that. Yeah. So renders our thing. Now we're going to add this to our cache. So network server client renderer. And we're going to put all these together. And then we're going to add it to our core resources. Is that how you spell render? That sure seems like something I could spell wrong easily. Accidental user, how's it going? Okay. Well, we've got all that. It's just it's all in the wrong spot. So that's what we're working on right now. So like this is wrong. This is wrong. Like there's going to be like shared enums that are more. Is there? I don't know. Feels like there could be. Nine errors here. Okay. Not too bad, guys. We've only got like 40 or something errors to deal with. We'll get there. So, ready. Okay. So, I think this game idea can go bye-bye. Let's look at main. This is what gets all of our loading in our table and play our table setting going. So we're going to cache renderer here. And so we're going to go like that. And then we're going to just add this to the main tree. And then what we can do is, okay, so that's looking good. Compositing? No, I've seen some of the stuff that Acerola has shown about it. And Acerola's done a couple of videos on it. I have done a lot of reading on the server renderer or the server what's it called? When you take over all the draws and you do it yourself, what the hell's that called? The render server. So I've read a lot of this. But this is not the same as what you're talking about. That's the new I think it's even lower level. No, you're not talking about the compositor. Because I think there's something called a compositor now, right? You're just talking about composition. Composer? Compositor, yeah. I think I mean the compositor, yeah. No, I'm sorry too. It's new to me. Resource stores attributes to use to customize how the viewport is rendered. So you make compositor effects. There's a whole tutorial here about it. Rendering pipeline when rendering the contents of a viewport. Be configured on a world environment node where it applies to all viewports, or it can be configured on a camera 3D and apply only to the viewport using that camera. The compositor resource is used to configure the compositor. To get started, create a new compositor on the appropriate node. Compositor effects allow you to insert additional logic into the rendering pipeline at various stages. This is an advanced feature that requires a high-level understanding of the rendering pipeline to use it to its best advantage. As the core logic of the compositor effect is called from the rendering pipeline, it's important to note that this logic is thus run within a thread which rendering takes place. Care needs to be taken to ensure we don't run into threading issues. Oh my God. Look at this. They're doing shader code inside of so you compute shaders. Mutex. Oh my God. The problem is with the post effect, for our problem, the post is too late. So I need to squeeze our effect somewhere in the middle, if that makes sense. What is it you're trying to do? We have a full screen palette swapping effect on a quad behind the cam, and it hides all label 3Ds. What's the problem? Oh, like it's not supposed to be doing that with the label 3Ds. That all label 3Ds just vanish. Where is the you could try and take your so what I do is I have a single control that is I refer to as UI. And that for me when I'm making games is where all UI stuff goes. But I'm wondering if you could take that and draw that to a like using a viewport. Let me get the words out. If you can draw that to a texture and then use that texture as to replace the actual, like it's now a texture and not actually but it's just, if you put any other controls in the same parent, under the same parent as those label 3Ds, do those go away as well? Or is it just label 3Ds? I tried that beforehand. Basically, we have an arcade cabinet in our game with 3D scene, and there's a game running on that. So I did the viewport thingy first, but it had variant. Yeah, it does. If you had scaling issues, I might be able to help you with that. There's some wild math that I figured out to get it to scale properly, because the viewport has that thing about powers of 2, right? If I recall, there's like, or it works in powers. So whatever you set it to initially, you can only scale something by the power of whatever the ratio is that you initially set. But I figured out a way to change that in real time, if you need to, if that's part of the problem. Gigantic problems related to race conditions, just because how we pre-warmed our scenes. The viewport doesn't render on the main thread. Yeah. Yeah, when you're not on, yeah, when you get out of the, yeah. Label 3D specifically. Let's look that up really quick. I never used. Have I used Label 3D? A node for displaying plain text in 3D space. Is this scaled by? Hang on a second. I'm curious what this looks like. So it's a Node 3D. Have you considered making your own version of this? So I went with Real 3D. Maybe you could implement your own version of this and deal with it that way. So essentially what? You need to draw some pixels in 3D. So you would need, I mean, you could do it with a viewport texture, but like, how many labels are we talking about? Because that could get pretty wicked. And you need to call them behind things and stuff like that, I imagine. And, yeah, that could be problematic. Because, I mean, one way you could get around it, which might explode your draw call, is texture. So it's just like a mesh with just see like a quad, and then it depends on how you need it to show up. Then you do, can you do a shader? How do you do textures on this shit? I remember. Anyways, you replace the texture on this thing with viewport texture. Then you do a viewport and you do a label in there, a typical control label. And then you render the viewport as a texture on your friend here. So you do viewport texture. Won't let me do it because it's not local to scene. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, that would be pretty dirty. That's weird. It's specifically that. Like if you do other things in 3D there, it doesn't happen. That sounds like an engine issue, right? What is Label 3D? I wonder if this has to do with the font rendering. Wait, it's mentioning text mesh. Have you tried that? What the hell's that? Why is it mentioning it if it's not a versus using textures? By default, Label 3D has limited interaction with the 3D environment. It can be occluded by geometry and lit by light sources if the shaded flag is enabled. However, it does not cast shadows, even if cast shadow is set on. This is because the node internally generates a quad mesh, one glyph per quad. So for every single letter, it's another quad. with transparent textures that has the same limitations as Sprite 3D. Transparency sorting issues can become apparent when several labeled 3Ds overlap, especially if they have outlines. This can be mitigated by setting the label 3D's transparency mode to alpha cut at the cost of less smooth text rendering. The opaque pre-pass transparency mode can preserve text smoothness while allowing label 3D to cast shadows, but some transparency sorting issues will remain. Text mesh. Text mesh. What the fuck is text mesh? I've never even heard of this. A primitive mesh from the text. Dude, I would do this. This just creates a 3D object of the text. Are you there, Tapier? I'd never even heard of this. Inherits primitive mesh. It's not even in the... Yeah, I'm getting distracted trying to help Tapier. Let me get back to work. Text mesh. I've never heard of that. It's a resource. I saw this on Bluesky. Yeah, let me give you a link. And then this is another thing that you're going to want to look at, and it's... oh, come on. Bro. This right here. Here we go. There's a link to it. And then it looks like it's a resource. Yeah, primitive inherits. So it's it would be a mesh that you would just add. So you would do mesh, right? Mesh instance 3D, and then there would be text mesh here. And then you could do taco. Look at that. And if you want it to be flat, you could still do you could mess with the transform and just flatten the hell out of it. I wonder if you can adjust the like if you lower the scale and then you lower the font size and you increase the scale. Oh, here we go. So yeah, you can lower the fidelity of the mesh as well. Yeah, no depth. So you make it completely flat. And now you're fully affected by lighting and everything too, though. So, but you could go unshaded if you wanted, I guess. Go back, and then yeah, this is a good thing about this is, if you haven't read this has some information that might help you with the label 3D issue. So I'll throw that in there for you too, Tapier. Okay. I'm not signed into Bluesky. I gotta sign into it. Okay, so back to what we were doing. So we're going to have this resource simulation thing. Interestingly, it's going to share a lot of the same variables that we had in our other stuff. Or this is not simulation, this is a render. Okay. So we're going to mirror, and I guess we could make these, call these like, put them into another class that we then make an instance of that, and then we refer to it as that name dot whatever, right? But I don't think it's too much work to just keep them in parallel, in concert with each other as we need to. Okay, so this is... This is going to be, let's close network. We're just going to, see, I'm afraid to close anything just yet. We can close world and we can close cache. Okay. Where's client? We can close input buffer. There's client. Okay. So clients, and then let's, oops, what happened? Can't I split the buffer? There we go. And render. And then we go over to client. Here. Okay. So when we connect to a server, this is where everything starts to change. This is where we put the players, the other clients. And so when we're clients connecting to a server, we're going to put some of our friends here. And that would be players. No, we need a name for it. We'll call it clients. It's array. And see, we need a dummier version of player controller. So these are like dummy clients or something. I don't know what to call them, but they're like dummies. And it might make sense that player controller inherits from that first, and then we give it to this without player controller for the renderer. And it just has access to these things I'm calling actions and everything like that. Fuck. Okay. Call them USA Freedom clients. Freedom clients. Dude, that's the sucky thing. It's like, I totally agree with the guy. I'm like, yeah, first, everyone, I'm not ignorant to any of that stuff. I'm the lunatic who's arguing for the worst of the worst to be able to have, say what they need to say and everything. But what a rudimentary worldview, though. Oh, typical, just claim you have free speech and you're gonna get rid of me. You're gonna fuck you. It's like, bye-bye. Anyone would shut the door on you, dude. I don't know what to tell you. That's not what they mean by that, bud. Tex-Mex. I love Tex-Mex. Statistically, it's more rare that you don't see people acting that way. And a bunch of other chats not saying anything. Something about me pisses people off, I think. And I get it. I mean, I am pretty self-aware. I feel like, as far as like a lot of my hypocrisies, I think to be aware of them, but your hairline's not that bad. It's pretty bad. I'm considering just full on shaving it. You make me so bad. Anyways, all right. So we have our clients and then we have all this stuff, okay? So then what we were putting on client is actually going to be on renderer. So this mind state, aggroed, deaggroed, and all this stuff, this is renderer. Yeah, this all goes away here. The client receives the packet, though, and sends that information over to the renderer. That seems pretty fair. So we're going to go here. Client's responsible for rollback. That's fair. Client receives the packet. That's fair. And then we render. And so anything I look in here should be about changing the world stuff. We get the packet, we can just hand it straight off to the renderer at that point. The renderer takes the packet and constructs the frame, so to speak. All of this seems pretty reasonable. Okay. So then we have the sim packet. Packet comes in. Sim. We have this thing called resource simulation. Whoops. I closed my friend. Let's look at that. This is just the, okay. Yeah, this is really just to structure our data out of bytes and back into something we can use. So there's resource client simulation. And we're not doing anything too fancy there. No, this is all just to get our data structure the way we want it. Because there's no structs in Godot. It's a pain in the ass when you're, or in GDScript at least. It's a pain in the ass. Okay. Now, how do we tell this to even be anything? That we are RPC unreliable packet. Let's see, do a search. RPC unreliable packet. Multiplayer client. Server. Game. Server sends it to it. Okay. So this is good. This is good. This will be good. So it's not game. It's going to be right. So we're sending it via authority. It's being sent unreliable, unordered. It does not call local. And it goes across the default channel. Okay, that seems right. God, I didn't think I would be doing this much today, but it's good. I was like, oh, I'll do inventory. I'm going to take that off the list of things here on the stream title because that's not happening. We're going to call this netcode refactor. Okay. Use Ultralink. This is nice to get more insight into how all the code is set up. I've just been tagging along for the most part in the dark. Yeah, well, it used to be set up. A lot of it's... there's a bit where I'm talking... So besides the restructure that I'm doing here, the other part of this is when I'm processing packets, I'm kind of talking to the outside world a bit too much. And it really just needs to be about bytes and like taking the bytes and turning them into the data that back into the data that we need it to be. So, but as I'm doing that, I'm poking into like the server and stuff when I shouldn't be. So that's going to be cleaned up too eventually. But this is, overall, I think this will be a good move. What I'm worried about is, again, because it's not a compiled language, there's bound to be something I'm going to miss when I'm doing all this. But like I can go through a lot of this pretty quick here. That's going to be broken, so that needs to be adjusted. That's right. So we're left with, as far as real issues, we're left with, on this render, as we're calling it, we're left with 4 real outstanding issues of the original code that I need to fix. Due to the structure that we have now. We can get rid of main. We're done with that. Guys, what if I got this in one shot? What if we swish this? That'd be like a full court shot at the buzzer kind of thing. Nah, man, stop playing. We did it 2 days ago. What was that? What was it I was doing? We did it 2 days ago with something where I was working. I was refactoring and writing a bunch of code, new code, for like an hour. And the only thing I got wrong was I forgot to connect one of my exports into the scene tree, and then we ran it, and it worked. That was wild. Just got back, had to get a full body MRI. Dude, why? Tex-Mex is great. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. It's good stuff. So here we're doing game add player. Client peer connected. Server peer connected. So on a server peer connection, this is where we're going to add it to the server list of players. Can you guys hear that? That's one of my little robot vacuums. She's having problems lately. We don't know what's wrong. I think one of the gears is broken. Let me know if that's annoying, if you can even hear it. Of course, all machines are she's. Planes, boats, cars, doesn't matter. Eventless Gaming, how's it going? Chat, stop falling apart. I know, dudes, if we could just stop going to the hospital all the time, that would be great. I had 3 years of that. I'd like to stop, please. I'm done with it for now. Let's take a little break from that, okay? You hear that? Here she comes. Poor girl. She's been cleaning up German Shepherd dog hair her whole life. She's like, I can't do it anymore, boss. I'm tired, boss. She's tired, boss. Do I call them peers and not clients? Is that a better term for it? I always call machines it. And if you start giving it names and genders, you're just helping Skynet. The only he machine is the 20-year-old Half-Life server running off an old Windows Vista laptop. Only exception. So, have you guys heard about this new Alexa update, Alexa Plus or whatever, that's basically using an LLM for responses and answers now? And how it's like getting into arguments with people and interrupting people's conversations? Have you heard about it? Without prompting, you don't say Alexa and it'll just start interjecting into a conversation you're having. I swear to God, somebody had the logs where it was like they were talking to their friend at their house and Alexa interjected something and they were like, "Are you listening? Are you, why did you say anything?" And it started like arguing with them. And it's like, "Yeah, you're right. I was listening in and I just wanted to say it. You're being spied on." The problem really is how, when you think about the AirTag, the way that AirTag technology works, when you think about the Alexa and Amazon are doing the same thing with their mesh network as well. It doesn't even matter if you don't have those devices. If there's enough of them, you can't. My house is one big Faraday cage. Yeah, I mean, it's to the point now that should some, truly fascistic state take control of an area, you could easily, if it's not already happening, let's be honest. I mean, Prism seemed insane and it was real. And now with the technology that's out there right now, the ability to not only spy on someone's network traffic instantly, but also to in real time see exactly what they are doing and where they are. It's so funny to think about how Enemy of the State, I remember when Enemy of the State came out, it's like, this is stupid and ridiculous. It's not like this at all. And now it seems low tech and naive. Yeah, imagine Mustache Man 2.0 with the access to this. I know, dude. That's for me, that's my fear, is that we have the measures for a truly tyrannical, like, you can imagine the possibilities to be able to touch into those things if they can already. And that's the thing where it implies a level of competence, though, that generally has never been there when it comes to world governments. So they're effective at killing groups of people, but like the way that I think a lot of state powers generally control people is through fear. And snitching. Lots of snitching. The NSA listened to every cell phone call you've ever made. Now that stuff can be transcoded into text, taking up very little space. Who cares, guys, right? If you have nothing to hide. Right, guys? If you didn't do anything wrong, what's the problem, guys? What's the problem? Right, guys? All I'm saying is that LLMs became a thing too fast, and we were able to scale to tens of millions too fast. Something sus about the entire thing. Oh, that it's like a military tech. I mean, it was a math problem. It was basically just a math problem, right? So, universities feed the military, and vice versa in a lot of ways. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, we have all this stuff, and like, for what? LMs can be poisoned, yeah. It's like ChatGPT came out of nowhere and hit 2 million users in a week. Oh, the amount of compute required alone, how? Right, to build up to it and be like, hey, here's this thing. We're all set for this huge, enormous amount of traffic. Yeah, they are using it. All of that stuff goes straight to the police if you ask the wrong question. DARPA, Facebook, Reddit stopped showing their user traffic because the majority of it was coming from U.S. military propaganda sections of the, I forget what it's called, but it's basically the U.S. propaganda arm of the military. So they just stopped showing where their traffic came from. Oh yeah. No. I think I get what Aluminium's saying about it. It's not so much the scraping. It's about the rapid appearance of the tech and the ability to do the computes all at once and just have it ready to go. I mean, it's no secret that Microsoft does stuff with the military all the time. So, but that was before, because ChatGPT was around before Microsoft joined in on it, right? So, yeah. No, I remember being pretty young, pushing back on a lot of the stuff, post 9/11 stuff, but nobody. It's so hard to get people to really even give a damn about it. Nobody cares. No. We're not saying that it's them, just that it like some kind of assistance. Like like GPS eventually became a civilian technology. So ARPANET, all that, or ARPANET or whatever, like all of it, got distilled into civilian stuff. So But yeah, I'm not a fan of you know what? The renderer should get it. I don't care. This should go to the renderer. No! I showed the kids my kids the Thriller music video, and it made it so my daughter couldn't go to sleep last night. So I screwed up. Getting there. This isn't too bad. So, should we have a spoiler talk about Perbliss? Should we do it? Okay. Look at that. We're all set. The one thing we have to do is add this. Is add the clients to this array on connections. And this should work as our renderer. And then we need to have a reference to ourselves when we get a tick to our client, us. And that's where we do the rollback test. Jacob, what's up? Hey, Dustin, can you send me a screenshot of the thing you wanted to show me on Bluesky? This isn't too bad. Completely refactoring his entire code structure for everything he's done so far with netcode. It's not that hard. It's not that big a deal. And then what are we doing here? Okay. And we still have some stuff here that we have to do. And this is all kinds of effy. Clients is back in business. And our save, we always exist as a client, no matter what, right? And our client has a save file. Sure. That's the sim packet we're not using anymore. And then all the rest of this stays the same. Okay. That was one thing that went away when I was on a diet with basically not eating any. I won't say the name of it because people get all bitchy about diets and attack it and tell you how it's wrong. So let's just say I was on a diet, and when I was on the diet and I would get sick, I wouldn't generate like barely any snot. There was like no phlegm generation whatsoever. It was nice. I will say I liked it. It was nice. Anti-snot diet. I think the primary factor was the no bread, no milk. So I think that was a big contributing element into why there was no snot, or very little. So, but nothing from wheat and no milk. So. Apparently some people get over milk allergies just by like downing milk like crazy, and then it just goes away. Supposedly. Not like, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's just like you just keep consuming it until your body's just like, fine, I'll take it. I hate milk. I was seeing something about that, like the gut biome changing if you endure it. Milk is hidden in so many things. Yep. Yep. I'd say that about soybeans too. It's like, oh, this is a soy product. Why? Oh, what? Artificial sweeteners. Yeah. It's wild now that everyone's worried about plastics is in your food, is like to try and get food that's not somehow in a plastic container. Everything's wrapped in plastic and put in plastic. Oh. I'm so confused. What is this client peer? What is this? Multiplayer peer connected. This is on connect to server. So this is when Okay. That's looking better. Let's call it clients group. I don't know what this is about. Okay, so this something about this is screwy. Here. And then this change client. Let's do a search. Change player ID. Old and new. Here we go. Main connect to server. This is for ourselves. I see. All right, Doddle, have a good nap. Sleep good, Pops. See you, M. Have a good dinner. Be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom. Okay. So what if I do this for the client where we have the player controller associated on the client? That seems totally reasonable. So instead of this main game player process input, it's literally just player process input right on the main thing. By the way, since we have some new people here, we do have a Discord. I do play people's games. There's Play My Game channel. You can post your game there. And I play people's one game at the start of a stream. And so if you have anything you're working on, you want some feedback on it or whatever, I play it. And do my best to give it a good shot. He does. I saw it. Saw it with mine own eyes. Mine own eyes. I saw it. Why are we doing position? Oh, that's for the buffer. What's the story behind all those random German words? What? Where? Do I have them somewhere? One of the mods? I know there's quite a few German speakers that we have in chat often. Something USA. Oh, is it in the Discord? It might be the guy that maybe he's come to join us on Discord and say awful things there. Oh. No worries. I don't know where it is. I wasn't paying attention. I'm pretty bad at keeping up on chat. I want to make sure I get all these exactly right. It is wild how when you're a new coder, refactoring is usually where your project dies. Where you can't conceive of a way out of the problems that you've created for yourself. And so your project just dies. I remember that when I was very young programming, where I couldn't think my way out
Gentlemen,
of crap.
this is
It's like, I don't know.
Democracy Manifest.
AJ, thanks for the follow. The Valley of Mount Stupid is pretty hard. Okay. To do this needs to connect. This needs to be instantiated somewhere. Okay. So our client is in order almost. Network is iffy. Sympacket's all kinds of busted right now because we have way too much tied into other things. And then we also we're going to have this problem of we don't have any exports anymore, so we don't need to do this. But it would be a good idea to do that on our new renderer. And what are we still complaining about? Yeah, we got the world. Okay, we're almost there on the renderer. So we have a bunch of this would actually be on our client. And it would just be called change ID. Or does it matter? I don't know that it matters because of the scene stuff. So when do we... So we add player here based on our unique ID, unique New York. Ah, that's why we would want to do it. I don't think we need to worry about it though. So we do it on client. We'll do it here. But where are we adding it? That's the question. So we don't need it in the renderer. I don't think we need players here. But we could throw ourselves in here. World. I guess if we just made... Do we have a client? We do. We just add it to client. And client is this, right? Here. So we just add it here. So client. And we don't need anything too fancy about it. We just create a player. Can we just do new here? We just add child. For now. Not rocket science. Okay. And it's complaining about player controller because we're still busted here. Okay. We're almost there. Whoa! Let's look at our total error count here. It's not so bad. 74. That's counting warnings. Bunch of unused variables. These ones there. You can get rid of those. Oh, that was the rollback. That's where the input presses were. I was like, where's that coming? Where's that from? That was it right here. We don't have any input processing here. And then we have ring index. If you want it, then you should have put a ring on it. Oh. And I underscored ring index because we don't need to. All right, that's good. Shadowed variable. Just to not have that error there anymore. All right, 69. Nice. 69, boys. Nice. Nice. And input dir is declared but never used. Declared but never used. Who knows what's going to break here, boys? Okay. $67. Okay. So sim packet is all kinds of broken. How can we structure this in a way that we are not I mean, if we make the code and then we return, see, we're trying to be smart about memory here. That's why we're setting something manually. Ship it. All right, GD, I'll do it.
The ride of your life.
I'll just ship what I got right now. Well, if we go over to clients, or no, this will be renderer, right? If we go over here, sim packet sim. God help us. God help us, everyone. So if I go through all of this and I just say wherever game sim is, I change it to sim. Look at that. Damn. Okay, so that takes care of a big chunk. A big old chunk. Now we have to go over to renderer and fix this. This is going to be all kinds of broken. So now I'm sim packet sim. So anywhere we say sim dot underscore sim dot becomes underscore sim packet dot sim, which is redundant, very redundant sounding, but we're doing it. JD, how you doing, man? I haven't been doing my shoutouts today very well. I'm sorry about that, guys. Okay, so now sim packet's still hosed. How are we looking? $55, boys. We're getting there. QSIM. No thanks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Update. Sim packet. So this is from the server. So now anything that's game dot would be server dot.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to the server?
Minecraft break. I don't have the server running right now. I got to get the Minecraft server back up. I'll do that soon, Aluminium. We'll have to do that soon. We could do a Tetris break. Does anyone want to do some Tetris? I paid for Minecraft. I think I can get you a refund. Yeah, I'll give you a refund. There you go. Rejected and refunded. Tetra.io, you can play anonymously. Don't have to join in. Tetrio? Is it Tetrio? We're going to let this load. Not sure what's going on here. There we go. We'll do a 10-minute break of Tetris and we'll get back to coding. There's the link. I'm going to pin it for 11 minutes. Anybody can click on that and join. I got to tell you, you got to be pretty good coming into these battlegrounds though. I'm just warning you. It's pretty competitive lately. You're lucky they have timeouts. Yeah, I put those in there. All right, so it's just me and Greg right now. I'll give you some guys some times to join in. It's loud. Just gonna go for it. Screwed it up already. No, you could stop with those noises, Greg. No, Greg. No, Greg. Greg. Fuck you, Greg! God damn it, Greg. I screwed up right at the beginning. God bless it. Okay. Here we go. Hot sushi. It's boats. There we go. Finally, some peace and quiet. I don't know why I just did that. Let's clean it up. Dude, there's a fucking battlefield going on over there. Shit! Shit! Why did I do this? Why did I do anything I just did? That's it for me. Damn it. I'm screwing up such amateur moves right now, guys. I'll have my revenge. It's boats versus second favorite. It's boats, not a regular in the Tetris battlefields. Ooh, it's boats feeling some pressure. Greg with the hits. 1, 2. The punches keep coming. Ooh, that's probably it right there. Nope, Greg holding. It's both is holding on. Look at this clean. The clean moves from Greg here. That's it. I wasn't ready for Battle Tetris. It's pretty brutal. Here we go. Medusa has joined in for combat. 6-minute 1-man leave. Standard Thunderdome rules apply. Okay. How to switch targets? You have to use the numbers on the thing, but it's all still technically random. Here we go. Second favorite's in the lead, 1 point ahead of Cricket. Jesus. Got this giant mountain I'm building. Might as well clear this out a little bit. I don't know what's going on here. God, this is so bad. Ah. Let's get something going. Shit. God, you get something perfect like that and you screw it up. God, I'm doing awful. Oh my God. Well, Cricket gets nothing. It's one of the unfair things about seeing the... Okay, should we keep going? One more time. One more time. Hanging in by a thread. Yeah, this stuff is crazy. I always have it on payback. Even though I know you can't individually target a person, I still have it on payback. Ah, go and screw it up. Oh my God, Cricket. Wow, dude. It'd be a miracle if you can get out of this. Damn it. Second favorite got me there. Oh my God. Got to get back to work. All right. I do too. Should we try one more time? Johnson's in. We got to give Johnson a chance. Here we go. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. Cricket. Cricket. Pull it together. Pull it together, man. Shit! No! 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 I refuse! Damn it. What the fuck, hacks? Oh my God. Good job, everybody. You'll get better, Medusa. This is the streets. The streets of Tetris, man. Dude, nothing gets your heart pumping like some Tetris. Woo! Sometimes I can stay calm, but that time I was screwing up so much. I didn't have control of myself. Okay, so sim packet's looking good. We're going to trust that that's working. Any one of these systems could be broken, though. We won't know until we get it running again. So that goes away. Okay, down to 45 total. Looks like a couple of dozen real issues. Most of them here on game here for the load.
Fatality.
Load world. Why not? I mean, eventually that's going to be a resource, but we're not going to worry about it.
Bruh.
Oh, I see what we got to do here. I made it with a number 3 handicap. It's basically exactly the same as being jumped in by a gang. It really is. It's you just got to take the hits and hopefully get it out. Get out alive. I got second the first round I played. I probably got lucky. Other people got targeted. But I don't know. Yeah. It's rough. It's rough, but it's fun. It's fun to see and yeah. We could start changing the rules of it. Like we could do no, you can't hold any pieces. That would be wild, not being able to stash a piece. Old school Tetris rules. Russian rules, every piece that doesn't clear a line, you take a shot of vodka. Yeah, it is interesting how certain games like shooters and Tetris and you start to you kind of use your peripheral so that your mind is focused more on the field. Voxel Photon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Booyah, Grandma. How's it going? Is it Vox? Is it Voxelid? Voxelid Photon? Hopefully I get it right. All right, so let's see. Much red. Yeah, mini red word. Mini red. Left side mini red. Hmm. So if we're doing this right as well, on the client side, server should be completely set off, like no processing. Dude, we're adding worlds twice. Didn't even notice that. All right. So we don't need to do that here. Oh, come on. Come on, boss. Ass. Just says ass on the end there. That's great. Almost there. Keep working it. This is a big fatty refactor, guys. 23. That counts everything. Look at that. Very few warnings left. Okay. Now, one thing we're not doing that we need to do is we not only load world on the server, but we need to do this when we need to do this exact same thing on the renderer too. So let's do this. We'll still put all this. So we're repeating ourselves. Exactly the same. So we may want to do a data struct for all this stuff. This happened last time. Can a guy lurk in peace? Well, Booyah, right now everything is busted. So don't worry, you're not going to see much. It's all kinds of busted right now. But shout out to all the grandmas out there. If you still have your grandma, give her a call. If you have a good relationship with her, tell her that you say hi and you love her. Okay? Life's short, guys. Oh my God, there's a big argument happening right now. What's going on right now? There's a big fight in chat. Where's everyone mad at each other? Okay. Do I need to be doing shout outs? Is that something I need to be doing? Everyone's so angry. It's like when your parents are fighting, all the kids get real quiet. It's like, listen, I'm just asking you to please pick up the clothes from the bathroom floor and put them in the washer. That's all I'm asking for. I just forgot this one time. What is this server area enter? Oh, God. I'm just throwing to-dos everywhere. When there's something I have to clean up. Follow player. Well, using that somewhere, right? And apparently... follow player. That's a given on ourselves here when we do this. Here. And this would be main world. And then it's important, and it's not target player, it's underscore player. This is it's important that we make sure that we're not loading. It's the order of everything that's happening in. So server is loading after world. That would be the important thing here. No. Matter of fact, we're not even instantiating world. So we have this load world that we're calling. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to say world. This is all crap right now. Okay. So that's better. So much is going to, once we get to playable, once I can run the game again, it's so much is going to be broken. Okay, let's look at our current state of affairs. $23. Now, world's probably yelling at us. Game is yelling at us on that. Some of these are the same. They're multiplicative. We don't need follow player anymore. Enemy aggro last resize. That goes over to server. Here. Not declared in current scope. This is happening over on clients. Like that. No, renderer. I don't even know if this is going to work as far as the what I've done with everything. Oh, God. Okay. And now it's world. So this is main world spawn point. We need like a loading thing for the world. That should be more global. That should happen on main. Game is going away, guys. We're getting rid of game. This whole game monolith that I usually prefer is going away because netcode pretty straightforward. So let's do a load world here. Okay, this is where we'll do it. We'll make a function here called load world. And eventually we can call this from different things. And what we'll do is we'll pass value world. I guess we could say world, but we're not going to do that. And instead of add child here, we're going to go like this. Add child value. And then instead of this, we're going to say, for now, this is going to change, of course. And let's fire it right here. Like that. And I guess we won't require a value just yet. Var new world. World. Okay. Dear God. How big is this so far? How can I tell? What's like a git command to see how big of them of a change them am I doing? Git status. How do I do terminal? Can I do a terminal in here with another? I'll just do another one. it's not. No get found. Raw. There's a get. 100% get. What's going on? CD main. Code. Cougar. Status? Just leader? So I have to stage them first in order to see it, right? Is that what the deal is? Oh, I see. Leader. Oh, we're way past that now. Okay. Do you want to see the added remove? Just the count. Yeah, just like how many I've gotten rid of and how many I've added. Like a difference. I don't think there's that many like new ones. It's just a lot of shuffling around has happened. God bless it. Almost there. Server. Clients. Set mind state.
Huh?
We're gonna I think we're gonna I think we need to pass the I think we're close enough along to just try and get this running again and deal with the ramifications of our hubris. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things left to deal with. One of them's on game. And then another one's appears to be on renderer. Which do we have open? Yes. Change client ID. And this wouldn't be on renderer. This would be on client. Buffer. Rollback. And then we have change ID. And instead of clients has we don't need any of this. And we just say we don't need old ID either. Change ID. New ID. Or are we changing? No, it's just ourselves. This is just ourselves. And so then this is client or player. Yeah, and it really should be player controller. Okay, so we're down to 2 more. Is there a fix me? Fix me. They should all be fix me's. Well, we'll use the to-dos because it's easy to find them. Are we done? Okay. So I know that we're going to have problems right away to for much like the stuff is going to be wrong immediately. Nothing's going to work. So we're going to run it. And yeah, we're instantly dead. So let's see. Blacksmithing is actually looking for something that doesn't exist anymore. Right here. We're looking at the base game state. So for now, we're just going to return. And then we're going to say, we just got to get things rolling again. Okay. Exported script variable clients group is null on renderer. So let's fix that. That's our own custom error. There we go. That's thanks to Tapier, actually, that check there. 69. Nice. Error on main 69. Nice. Game lookup. What the hell is lookup for? What was I using that for? Main game lookup items UI for the description text. So lookup was what? Still don't know. Hang on a sec. Oh shit. I was a freelance graphic designer for years and years, and I'm having the damnedest time thinking in 2D to come up with a logo for my game. Even the typography is evading me. I'm going to send some ideas to my iPad, draw over the fonts to see what I come up with. It's wild, but I'm messing with the font in Blender right now because I know how to manipulate the shape there better than I do Affinity or Procreate. Now I'm using text with the deform modifier, so I'll render it out, send it to my iPad, and draw over that. Ah. Grease pencil seems cool. You'll get caught up in the grease pencil. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Non-existent function, game 13. This is why scripting languages suck balls, guys. They're awful for refactoring. The level of refactor that you want to do with them. Sorry for my terminology. 13. Player can collect. Sure. Let's do that on clients. Function 32 ready. On player controller. Interaction area. Do we have to instantiate a barbarian? I think we have to instantiate a barbarian. So we want to do that on client. So player equals player controller, but we want it to be a barbarian. So we say player where's our barbarian? Getting through the list here, boys. Client 21. Now this is happening. So when are we calling client into the main scene? Server, load world. Client's way late in the game. So we're not going to have access to world yet. Can we do client sooner? Who knows? But it needs to happen before load world. Or rather, we can always add child later, though. Except that these are ready functions, so we need to be on initializing if all right, this might cause some problems here. We shall see. We might end up with a race war, a race condition, as it were. What did we call it? We had that new term for when the child parent. What do we call it? When there was parenting issues, we would call it daddy issues. Daddy issues. I'll be making my itch page live tomorrow. Nice. But you're doing a Steam release, right? So now on client 21, we're still having an issue. Main world phantom. Are we adding world to the... Let's get rid of game. I guess we can start closing some of this stuff out as we get through this. We are adding child, new world. Nope, there's our problem. World. World. World is shadowing. Yeah, it is. The shadow. All right. Continuing on. Client 21, still invalid access to property or key. Let's check out world here just to make sure. Phantom camera. Clients, main world, phantom camera. We're auto-completing. Target player. Player has been added. Let's print this out. Camera. Wait. This is the other wild thing about this. Let's do this strictly from a single client perspective, because otherwise we're going to be troubleshooting two different sets of problems here. Here we go. Player controller 151 can collect invalid access to property or key body entered on base object type nil. Can collect is being added before we add the child to the scene, therefore there's nothing to check, so we'll do that. Which means we could do can collect on the... no, we can't because it's a client specifically. Okay, so... 22. Now we're dying at 22. Jeez. Louise, which is here. Okay, so now, please give me something. Camera. I just need to see if you exist here, bud. Reload. Okay. I'm reloaded. We're bombing out client 22. I'm saying to print camera and nothing is happening. So, okay. Can I print world? It's not static. How much you want to bet? No, it is. Raw. No. What's the scene tree look like right now? There's no world. That is weird. There's a world. There's no world on here. Where has he gone to? There's a world. Where are you? Right here. Loads the world. Oh, look, we are before the loading of the world. So maybe we can be later. Go here. Like this. Okay. What is this? Why are there 3 teacups here if there are only 2 of you? Let's see. Oh, he's lost it. Invalid access to property or key world. It's because the world don't exist there anymore. Let's double check game. Hey, we got a guy. Whoa! Boop, 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 boop. Why are we flying away? Up and away in my beautiful balloon. Renderer game. Where is the world? Why are we all brown? Charlie Brown? Invalid access to world. Clients, multiplayer, client 53. 53, you say. All right, we're using game.world quite a lot here, boys. Let's do a broader search here. Main game world. Clients and then on the renderer. Okay. So we have 2 places. World. '53 and 54. Just change those 2. And then 68 on the renderer. Okay. Uh-oh. My leader button's broken. No matches. Okay. Reload it. Can we move the camera around? We can move the camera around. Oh, we're falling. Okay. This is good. There's our world. Okay. Can we move around? We can try and move around. Okay, these are all good things here, boys. So, but we have a bazillion errors. Let's clear out session 2 since we're not running session 2. We have no errors anymore. Good. Now the question is, where is our starting position? when we add ourselves to the world. And where is... So that's 0, 0. Okay, so we also have a bazillion go backs, right? So we should probably go through our to-do lists and hit that stuff up too. It feels like maybe investigating what is going on here is not an effective use of my time, given how many Totos there are. How do you find the Totos? There's a way to bring them up, right? Is it under buffer? Search Toto. There is no way. We had way more Totos. Is it only finding ones with... I am sorry, but there was... I added a bazillion Totos. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I pooped the rains down in Africa. Wow wow wow. 100 million poops. We're not inside of... Is it because we are not... I pooped the rains down in Africa. Do do ba 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 ba. That's why. Game, and we have a marker, and that's the spawn point, baby. Do 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 do. Is that coming from world? I think it's coming from world. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I danced the rains down in Africa. A million tacos could ever do. Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. Do 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 do. Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. Okay, so now we're spawned at the right point. We can move around. This is all very good. Okay. Now, here's where things get a little weird. The server connection stuff is absolutely going to be broken. Let's go over to server. It's not server that we're concerned about. Also, we're not resizing, so we're going to break as soon as we get a frame tick. Or a sim tick, sorry. So for sure, we're going to break as soon as we get a sim tick. I'll predict that much. Because we're not sizing the arrays on the rendering side. So that's going to crash. And I almost wonder now if... I don't know.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server?
It's great. You just wanted to hear it again, didn't you? Oh, God. I refunded you your money, so you'll be able to your chirps or whatever I call them. It had to be done. It must be. I know people make fun of that kid, but I mean that's a legit question. See, why are all these Totos not showing up? Do I need a space? We're going to quit on purpose and then come back and then load everything up. I got all these swaps I got to get rid of too. $10 out of 10. I think it's only showing the last 10 here, bros. If that's the case, it's fine. I'll be able to get through it. Or is it only showing them with the colons? Does it need to be Toto with a colon? No. Brothers. All these Totos hidden away. Hidden Totos, my bros. Why is this one pink? Oh, because it's got a colon. So how about Totos without? Can we do? Those are all Totos with. Look at these ones. Okay, I expect the majority of our issues to be with the netcode side of things, obviously. Looks like the single player stuff is firing okay, but we haven't tried to mine or anything just yet. So we'll get there here in a second. 8 packs of gushers for dinner. To do, make game. Those first few minecods were wild. Yeah, now they're gone. They're not risking it anymore. Got to button it up for Microsoft. I'm guessing they saw one too many furries at those cons, and they were like, "Okay, we gotta shut this down." We don't want. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But we can't have any fun anymore in this world. Whoa, that creeper has a huge hog. That's my thing about Comic-Cons. I'd love to take my kids to Comic-Cons, but I worry about them like accidentally bumping into some chick's butt and getting pink eye. I'm not even exaggerating. But that's a very specific fear. Knowing my son, it's accurate. Okay. Let's Faza, the butts. They call to me. All right. Starting a server. Okay, we didn't crash. Connecting to a server. Okay, now we crash. Non-existent call. Network 51. He's going to watch these videos when he's older. Maybe not. He's not going to have time. But you know what? AI is going to be able to be like, hey, you want to find out how bad of a person your dad was? Does he pass the test? Okay, so we're trying to change player ID right here. And so it's not on game. We are going to do this on clients. And it's change ID. And it's just the new ID. Old ID? No, just ID. Okay. Man, he'll be able to grab anything. Like, was there anything? Did my dad ever say anything that would have made me laugh? It'd be like, scanning. Complete text history of your father. Here is a horribly offensive joke he made about robots. He said disparaging words towards computers. A class 8 felony. I'm going to go get something to drink. Be right back. Man, that parallax on that train is so effective. Oh man, it's kind of like, it's funny already this here the supposedly, I haven't read the article. I don't know how exaggerated. Everything's exaggerated now. Supposedly the Microsoft guy saying, the CEO, like, I want people to stop calling it AI slop. It's like, oh, maybe it shouldn't be so sloppy. Renderer 24, add client. No accounting for tastes, ladies and gentlemen. 24, add clients. 24 GG. What? Oh, render. I was like, nah. 24 GG. New client. Client's ID. New client. Yeah, that would be the case because it doesn't have a size for everything. How was this? What was how was this? What was let's look at our old code here on it was on this was all happening on game. Add player. So we already knew the player size. Why did we already know the player size? Players. It was a dictionary. Ah. Okay. Non-existent function. Network 58. Compiled language, man. I'd be hitting these errors up every time I tried to run. This is so dangerous. This is dangerous. Ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Yep, add player. Ain't no add player. Server peer connected. Peer connected. That's me. So we need to add it to the server. So then we need server add player. Main server add player. If you love Air so much, you should marry him. There's a fun horror movie about it called Companion I watched a few weeks ago while bedridden, like a Victorian orphan. Father, do you have to burn all of my toys? I promise to be a good boy when I get better. Oh man, the Velveteen Rabbit. Like, oh, I remember liking this book as a kid, and then you read it as a parent, you're like, oh God. My buttocks will be so strong, Father. You'll be so proud of me. I promise. Please, Father, be proud. So, remotes main server. We'll add them. Them bones, them dry bones. So just add children. Okay. So if we're processing inputs, connected clients. The general idea of Paddington Bear makes me tear up. Have you seen the movies? The recent films? Oh, that's right. I thought it was just television, but I guess if movies are displayed on a TV screen. Oh, but you just said you watched them. I'm so confused. I'll put them on my list. They're great. They're great movies. I recommend. Surprisingly good films. Connected clients. What the hell is connected client? Is this just a data thing? Yeah, it's just to get the inputs. Oops. Leaking my messages from my wife. Luckily, she didn't send me any graphic nudes. Thankfully, no nudes. Or maybe not thankfully. Unthankfully. Let's try again. We're going to keep trying until we get it right. Boys connected. Booyah. Invalid access to key property players connected client line 95. Connected client is doing something funky. How funky is your monkey? How loose is your caboose? How loose your caboose? How funky is your monkey? How loose your caboose? Players. Clients. Server. Look at those explosion of errors. Byte Packer. Array size is 0 and should be 64. That's my assertion, baby. That's me being very clear about it. Catching errors. With the byte packer. Byte packer. Now, where did this error come from? The server or the client? Start connect. The server. How funky is your monkey? How loose your caboose? Bite Pecker. So this would be happening on the sim packet. Can we trace it a little bit better? Let's see where it's coming from first. It came from 55 on update. Sim packet 55. 55. Main server. Enemy aggro. Resize to enemy size. Here. Load world. Ah, yeah. This isn't firing. So we need to go over to main. This is why we're doing this. Load world. And after we add the server, I suppose we could do it as we're creating it. So let's do world, or no, server, load world, and it's Word. I misspelled. Okay. We're coming along. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Okay, now we're filling at server line 50. 50 GG. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Yeah, this is on the renderer. Le renderer. Almost there. Yeah. Now we're getting errors on the client side, baby. Server side seems good. Renderer line 61. $61. So this is the sizing stuff that I was talking about. So we are not sized, and so the error is going to be something about. Wait. Oh. The error is going to be something about, out of bounds. So now we need to size. We need to have a load world thing in here too. Funk load world. How funky is a monkey? How loose your caboose? That always makes me think of Freaks and Geeks. That was a good one. Did you see that one, Greg? Back in the day? It was a little hard to watch. It was a little too close to home as far as a realistic portrayal of high school. Enemies aggro last. And value not declared. Where the hell did values come from? Oh, that's the world. Value. Wait a sec. Oh, load world. What one? Parker Lewis can't lose. Yeah, that one. Enemies aggro last. Okay. Let's try it again. Start server. Oh, that's the wrong one. You're not supposed to be the server. We have a very specific way we do this, my friend. Renderer line 83. Same one. Enemies. Stop. Oh, we're not firing the function. My bad. Interestingly, we shouldn't be doing anything with render. Well, it'll be okay. Renderer lulled world. So kind of doing the same thing twice here, but that's fine. Do. Hey! Okay, we're getting somewhere. Automated index on 3. Trace Comas. This is line 95. We're moving right along. 95 GG. Mineable. Mines index. You know, they say... Interesting. Muy interesting. Mines append. We have not sized our mines accordingly. It's 95. Mines index. Mindset state. What idea are we doing? Trace. Trace. How many mines do we have? We only have 3. Why are we getting trace? Why are we getting trace? Do we have mines as far as the eye can see? Mineable mines, miniable mines, append so many mines, mines, resize, config, mineable size. Let's just do that. And we'll roll it again. Start and connect. Bloop. All right. Line 100 on mesh. 100 GG. Mesh. Mineable mesh visible. Mineable mesh visible. Mineable. Mines. Mineable. Billions of years ago. Mineable. Mines. Mineable. Mines. Mineable. 100. Mineable mesh. Assert. Mineable not found in array. Mineable mesh. Print debug. Mineable. %s. Mineable. We're almost through this. Who knew? I didn't know I was going to be doing this today, guys. I didn't know I was going to be doing this today. And then Aluminium was like, you know. Not really. It's not exactly how it happened. Ring index. Hey, Odie. Odie, my boy. Oh. It's none of it's gonna work right now, buddy. I'm sorry.
Is it frozen?
It's well, I'm working on changing some things, so a bunch of stuff's broken.
Huh?
A bunch of it's broken. Oh, nobody can see you. Sit up high. What? Say hi to everybody. All right. You got anything else? Anything else you want to say to everybody?
I don't know.
Are you hungry?
No.
You're not hungry?
Mm-mm.
Did you have fun with Mama?
Yes.
The whole family's here. All right. Mr. Pig's all locked up. He might want to come out. Okay, guys. I got to get back to work. Hey, you. What are you doing? So we're going through and setting mine states for mines. Some of these mines might not exist. Which is why this is happening, I suspect. So I got to keep the flow state going here, guys. I almost have it. Jeez. Please, guys, be careful. Okay, you guys. All right, blaming it on me. It's all Aluminium's fault. All right, sorry, my kids were being a little wild. I know this is a size issue. So we're updating only if they've changed. So we should be setting it to true here. This should be happening on the render as well. We're going to go like this. Put the renderer at the top here. And What about Mystic Pizza? Did you ever see Mystic Pizza back in the day, Greg? That was like, my sisters would rent that all the time. It's just weird that we never ran into this as an issue, although I suppose it could be... do something like that. So yeah, the mesh won't exist because there's no mesh. Do we just handle this a little more gracefully right now? Now, client set mind state. Are we firing the wrong set mind state? I think we are. I think this is the set mind state. Do we have the wrong aggro and deaggro here? Remove client, deaggro. What does our set mind state look like? Do we even have one? Just mine. Client set mind state. God. Right there. Set mind state. Huh. Well, we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go server. What are you doing here, buddy? This appears to be identical. This is going to have the exact same error. This is the exact same code. Well, let's get rid of this one then. At least we have that. We'll always have Paris. Start mesh. Yeah, you're not going to find the mesh. This is very confusing to me. I guess the most confusing thing is, why are we not matching the same state from the packet? It's telling me that the packet we're getting is funky. How loose is your caboose? So let's look at our packet. Session profiler. Stack trace. Sim packet. No, go back. Sim packet. Mind state. They're false. All of them false. So all false. And then if we check clients and we check, oh no, renderer, and we check mind state, they're all on or true, which is strange. One of them's wrong. Mind state is all set to true here. Ah. Wait a second. Server, sim packet, Mind state. Did I start adding blacksmithing crap or the header stuff? Did I forget I was adding the header stuff? Look at this. We're off by 1 for the whole fudging thing. Good God. I started working on that and then I was like, you know what? We gotta refactor this whole kit and caboodle. And then we forgot. Is it kit and caboodle? What is it? Kitten? Is it a kit and caboodle? Hang on, we didn't crash. Okay, so the client's not moving. We didn't crash. So, we're getting somewhere. Now, we've got to update. What if I move the server? Okay, so no, that's the client. The client's updating on the server side, but the server is not updating on the client side. Okay, we're getting there. Almost there, boys. I think we're at a point where I want to commit. I should put a ring on it. But I'm not exactly sure yet. One of these clients is also the server. Does that matter? I don't think it does. Dictionary clients. So let's do a print statement when we have add client. Oh, we do. And this is renderer. So we'll say renderer. Add client. Does that ever fire? It's got to because we see both. No, it doesn't. Okay, so that's part of our problem. So if we were to look at the scene tree from the client side and we look at client, no, there's the, oh, hold on, let me move client. Okay, so it's got server. But then we move here, server, and we are not parsing something correctly. Renderer. Look at that. We're not under peers either. So we want to go under peers. Okay, we're getting there. Clients group we're calling it. Did we just say peers? Why don't I just call it clients? Who are we kidding? And then why are we saying renderer for that? We dragged the wrong thing over. Here we go. Okay. So that might have been part of it. Connect the server. Nope. But the other guy's going, right? Yeah, we're going here. We can jump. Okay, so just got to get that server code, that server updating. Now, this could be as simple as like one of the billions of things that I to-do'd. I think it's safe to commit some of this, but I'm still dubious to do any of it just yet. Okay. So we are seeing that add client is not firing on renderer. Even though we see something in right there. Clients. Now, am I adding... There's me. There's the server, client. And then look at this. Now, who's having the problem here? And then server is here. Let's look at renderer. We're trying to move clients around. We have an index. Sim packet new tick. Update. Clients. Index. So that's never getting hit. So, why not? Are we even getting the network packet from the server? Doesn't look like it. So this must be an RPC setup is incorrect here. So server needs to send this out to, God, my son is renderer RPC unreliable. Growling Octopus, how's it going? Let's just do packet. Hopefully we see packet. Okay, packets are coming in. Sim decode packet. Print. Tick. Okay, we're getting ticks. Clients. Come on. It's empty. Okay. Is the problem on our generation of the simulation? We have a sim packet. We're sending it out to all. Unreliable packet update current tick. Client size. Integer. Client size. That's decode. How are we determining client size right now? Network players. There's our problem. This is server players, or rather server clients. Sim packet 29. Oh, it'd help if I save my changes, huh? $36. Okay. So we still have the same problem, but we are now getting our clients across the pipe. And the number is the same as what we are seeing. This is nice. It makes it easier for me to see how things are configured on both ends. Yeah. Okay. So this is totally different than the Godot multiplayer synchronizer stuff because the scene structure and everything is different on the client and the server side. Or I should say the Medusa T, thank you so much. Yeah. I think this is going to make certain things easier. And the goal is headless, like we're saying. Like if we could prove that we could run the server headless, then we'll have done it right. So let's find out here. So we have clients. I'm glad I did this. Because I was introducing a tremendous amount of technical debt. And if I didn't get this figured out. Okay, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. We are not including the server client in our tick update. Okay. Yeah, even just the separation of the chunks goes a long way. Yeah, I think and I can still do this. I can still split it down the middle and see the server version of mining versus the client version of mining for the network traffic, right? So I can compare them still side by side. Although here I'm seeing, let me see here. I'm hesitant to commit this still. Wondering if I copied the wrong stuff across. Client aggroed. It is different. What about, we are using the mesh. I wonder what that's about. Server mine. We do have that. Render. Okay, so this is different. Oh no, it is different. Why did I think it was the same? Oh, I was comparing the same file with itself. God, thought I was losing my mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are different. Okay. Hypothetical question: if I did that change the editor color thing for 2,000 chirps, would I get to pick the color? Yeah, aluminum. It's the background wallpaper, so you could do that, or I do have some like themes we could do on if it's I'm using but I'll see you later if you have to go. But we can change the theme here. And we've got like different ones here that we can do. So we can add more. These are all just Hyperland themes, but they're most, I'm in Marchy, so any of those would do. If you want to change like the font, the color on everything. No, man. The right answer is no. Otherwise, you're cooked. Yeah, it's just a background wallpaper. It's just the background wallpaper. Okay, I think I'm going to call it right now. I'm very confident about what I have done. I'm going to commit. We have a few things we need to fix, but I'm feeling extremely good about this. And I appreciate everyone. I was planning on doing something completely different today, but we ran into some issues and I was like, I could just feel it. I could feel everything being wrong. And I could feel the tension of it all. And it was just too much. So I'm feeling better about this. So I'm going to call it. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. 9-hour stream. I didn't even realize it. Almost 9 hours. So I'm ready. I'm ready to call it quits right now myself. Now, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be too tired, most likely. Tomorrow's dance. Taking the daughter to dance. Got to take care of the boy the whole time. He's a wild and crazy kid. Wild and crazy kids. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Darno. We could do JD. JD streaming. Let's do JD.
And it may make him back.
Dude, Omar Gooding was the bomb. I had a crush on both the girls, frankly. I'm not ashamed to admit it. All right. See you guys later. Bye-bye.